Angels are dragons. Dragons are meteors. Swimming in that ether wave, that ether water. It's all happening. You're coming back to life. You're starting to see. What happens when you see clearly? You just put your glasses on, you're going to see some things you didn't know was even there. But cons, you're just not putting on your glasses again. Some of the things you see is going to be what you expect to see. Other things are going to be beyond your wildest imagination. But what I can tell you, man, is that it's all happening. This is what we came here for. Star with a tail. Star with a tail. This is what we came here for. Yeah. Wow. Angels and Dragons. Mm. Fiery Seraphim, the highest order of angels. We got that. Winged dragons. We got that. Seraphim in the original Hebrew and Greek means literally fiery. And this is where they get the word fairies from. So when you see these cartoons and they're putting these fairies in things, the fairies represents the fiery, the fiery dragons, because we know we're not talking alchemical serpents. Jewish rabbis translated the word seraphim to dracon. Yeah. So the seraphim singing Holy, Holy to HaWah in Isaiah chapter 6 are dracones of the highest order. Of the highest order. Not play dragons. Highest order dragons. Identifying dragons as heavenly creatures whose job was to consume the world. Cherubim and Seraphim are actually different from the messenger dragons who are human-like servants. Whoa. Well, they can take human form, right? Just thinking about Leviathan, man. Let me see. Let's get it Book of Job right quick, man. I'm having a good time. I just can't stop talking about it, It's the year of the dragon, so just expect to get a lot of dragon drop. like we've been getting, but we're going to start connecting, man. We're just going to make sure we can connect the flow. Ooh. Oh, let me get it from here. Can you put a hook in Leviathan? Oh, there we go. There we go. Can thou draw out Leviathan with the fish hook? So the sorcerers, we've been talking a lot about Leviathan magic, these sorcerers, they interpret this different than we probably interpret it. They look at this itself as a spell. Not so much in English, but in their language as they translate our scriptures, man. So they'll look at it like summoning Leviathan, summoning Leviathan. So they would chant something like this in the, some dialect, Arabic or something. And, this will all be about summoning Leviathan, controlling Leviathan magic. We'll look at it like, oh, HaWah is, you know, bragging about his dragon, big up in his dragon, saying nobody can control Leviathan like me. They look at it as, oh, you're taunting us that we can't control Leviathan magic. So we're gonna summon Leviathan. They're taking all challenges, right? We're gonna show you, creator. We're gonna show you the creator. We're gonna show you that we too can draw out Leviathan with the fish hook. Translations, right? Or press down his tongue with a cord. Canst thou put a ring into his nose, or bore his jaw with a hook? Will he make many supplications unto you? Or will he speak soft words unto you? Imagine Leviathan whispering in your ear ball. Now these soft words to them is incantations. Supplications is incantations. It's all spell stuff. It's all spell talk. This is a couple things I saw when I was peeking into their spell book. And again, you better proceed with caution. For real. Because you're talking energy, frequency, vibration, and real talk, Manage. Disclaimer. Don't be playing with that stuff. You don't even need it. The strongest magic is the code. That's what we're coming back to. We thought we needed all the stuff that Hijack needed, and we don't. We don't need to tap into their black magic and none of that, because we got primordial magic. We got magic based on our frequency, our energy, our vibration, as we are created in the image of HaWah. And the image is the frequency. You don't get no more magical than that when you know who you are and when you're in code. Then you can get more advanced into your flow, into your spiral. But coming out of Egypt, you don't need no black magic, man. You got Leviathan based on energy, frequency, vibration. You don't have to summon Leviathan. They have to summon Leviathan. Leviathan serves HaWah, right? So whoever HaWah's children are, in code, you already got the drop. So, that's what Solomon had to come around to understand. He already had control of those demons and those dragons, and he already had control of that stuff. He didn't need all the incantations that Hijack City needed. He just had to know who he is, and we just got to know who we are. Can thou draw out Leviathan with a fish hook, or press down his tongue with a cord? Canst thou put a ring into his nose? Or bore his jaw with a hook? Will he make many supplications unto you? Think about it like that 900-mile dragon mud fossil found in Morocco, right? Yeah, it's good to come back to all this drop. I know that was a while ago. He dropped that, and it's just dope, man, because we've been talking about this for a while. It's a big dragon, man, the size of North Africa and all that, man. So, come on, can you control a dragon that size? So how you think you can control me? That's really the whole point. It's like, you can't control my dragon. You can't handle my dragon. You definitely can't handle me. Because my dragon serves me. I created that dragon. Will he speak soft words unto you? Will he make a covenant with you? See, my nigga? They want Leviathan to make a covenant with them. They want to make a covenant with Levi. They want to hijack their way into the priesthood, the Levi, right? The law. But by law, Leviathan already made a covenant with HaWah, which means you got a covenant with Leviathan by default, my nigga, in code. Imagine your daddy got goons, right? Your daddy, he a street dude, he got goons. Those goons don't just protect your pops, man. They protect moms, they protect your cousins, your brothers, you know what I'm saying? Let them come back and say that something happened to you and they didn't do nothing about it. You think your daddy's still gonna hire these guys, or you think they still gonna be able to walk around the street if they let something happen to his son, his daughter, his people, his loved one? Those are his goons. These dragons are your goons, or the goons of HaWah's house. They might call it Satan, but Satan is the goon of HaWah's house. Remember, Satan was late to the meeting in Job chapter, 1 or 2? Satan was late to the meeting. We got to get that. Hold up, man. Let's have some fun, man. I don't know what I'm going to call this drop. I'm just going to keep going. You know what I'm saying? Y'all let me know if I'm overdropping. I got things to catch up on, I know. I'm going to get back to everything I got to get back to. Trust me, my nigga. Trust me, man. I just understand it ain't easy when you got all this pop offness. And, you got to try to measure it out in measure, right? And try not to be overdropping, right? Straight up. So, we're talking about HaWah's dragon. Yeah. And it fell upon that day. Job chapter 2. That the sons of HaWah came to present themselves before HaWah. Now, you can imagine these sons and daughters. I'm sure there were Aquas present, two Aquas. Trust me, we ain't eliminating our Aquas. We know our Aquas are there on the front lines. We know that. We know that. Hey, out to my Aqua. We got some powerful sisters in Drop Nation, man, in our tribe. So, hey, out to our Aquas. Can y'all leave a comment and give some hey out to our Aquas? Just on GP, man, just say, hey, we love our sisters. We love our Aquas. Y'all keep spiraling up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all inspire us to be better men, stronger men, more patient men. Just, give some hey out to our Aquas. GP on GP. The sons and the daughters and the sons came to present themselves before her. Wow. So all the dragons are present because it's the Creator's meeting. And Satan came also among them. What? What you talking about? It's crazy talk, man. It's crazy, crazy talk. It's crazy talk. Is you Pan African, man? Are you all inclusive to the earth? Okay, okay, I get it. You Afro? You represent the earth plane. You Pan native, you Pan nature, you Pan creator. Okay. You all inclusive to the creator. Okay, that's what we got. That's what we got. Leviathan in etymology is sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. That's crazy talk. Levi, why they doing this to you, Levi? They know you a dragon. They know you represent the law. Why do they sometimes regard you as Satan, Leviathan? Satan was late to the meeting. Now, Satan's supposed to mean adversary, but what kind of adversary you got coming to your meeting with your sons and daughters? I'll wait. So something ain't right, man. We lost in translation a little bit. Because last time I checked, I don't invite no ops to our meetings, right? That's not what you do, right? Unless, HaWah was trying to backdoor Satan. I don't think he's just going to say, hey, I got a private meeting. Satan, I need you there, man. Just come one time for the big home. Satan said, cool, but I'm going to be a little late, though. Be a little late. He said, okay, HaWah said to Satan, you don't have a lot of conversations between HaWah and Satan, right? This is crazy, right? So let's take our time with this. Sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. And HaWah said unto Satan, from where you coming from? Whence did you come? What's comest thou? Where you coming from? And Satan answered the Creator, from going to and fro in the earth. Jamming people up, doing what you told me to do. This is the goon of the house. Now, Leviathan might be referred to as a form of Satan, but not as Satan, right? Unless you're talking Revelations and the red dragon. That's called Satan, a form of Satan, right? Yeah, but now we see that they were just twisting the story of Leviathan to make him regarded as a form of Satan. In Revelations, Leviathan got 7 heads too. 2 7-head dragons. A while got a 7-head dragon, and now we got a 7-head dragon in Revelations 12 getting hijacking the Christ child. And the Christ child is really Zeus. So that dragon was really in the right, doing the right thing. Just painted, you know, in their narrative as a form of an adversary. But what adversary is late to the meeting? Going to and fro in the earth. This is his answer for why he's late. Because HaWah said to Satan, where you coming from, man? What you been doing? From whence comest thou? And Satan answered HaWah, man, going to and fro in the earth. Wow. From walking up and down in it. And HaWah said to Satan, Hast thou considered Job? So, whatever excuse Satan gave for why he was late, all we know according to this translation, JPS Tanakh 1917, Book of Job, chapter 2, is that Satan was invited to the meeting. Satan was late to the meeting. And his excuse for being late was going to and fro in the earth, coming in and out the earth, walking up and down in the earth. Okay? And then now it became about Job. And they had a conversation about jamming up Job. And that's a whole nother conversation. Right. This is why we see dragons swallowing sinners decorating most Christian cathedrals in Europe, because they want to make it a form of Satan. This is the throne of the Almighty God. It's supposed to be guarded by choirs of seraphim, translated as fiery serpents in Hebrew, or probably sacred six-winged holy dragons that sing the song of creation as they circle the holy throne of HaWah. Imagine them flying around and around with a beautiful vibration, man. Bible covers of the time of St. Thomas Aquinas show the throne of HaWah flanked by the soul-devouring seraph dragon. Soul-devouring dragon. Is this what they put in Revelation chapter 12? He was about to devour the soul of the hijack. Seraphim may also be the guarded winged Mushushu dragons that guarded the throne of HaWah, the gates of heaven, and the sacred groves of Eden. A symbol-laden depiction of the conflict with archangels Michael and Gabriel opposing the dragon. Yeah. So in Revelations, they're opposing the dragon. So the entire frequency of the New Testament is opposing the dragon. That's why there's a different power of the so-called Old Testament and the New Testament, which is clearly stated in the Popol Vuh. Friar Domenico de Viso said it very clearly that this power that these Maya and these indigenous cons are serving as the framer, the shaper, is the power of the Old Testament specifically. So what power do they bring us? Are they coming with? Now it says Satan or Lucifer in sacred geometry. Now check it. These are their sigils, right? And we got a few of these different type of sigils also in the Necronomicon. Again, tread lightly. These are magical symbols and different things. Man, love to my bro Rocky, man. Out here in LA, he sent me this drop showing that these sigils really ain't nothing but electric circuits. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we can put up like a table of electrical circuits, but they're combining this circuitry with these sigils we're seeing, and it's all about electricity, man, which is crazy. Electrical circuit symbol diagram, I guess. NASA. Something like this. Let's see. And just see how familiar, does it look familiar, right? Look at this, man. I've been doing a lot of drop. Maybe I am over drop, but man, we popping off though, and I just gotta get it out, man. So these type of symbols like this, you know, start looking very familiar to these type of symbols like this, right? If I go back into the Necronomicon, I don't know. Let's see if we have one of them up here. Keep that. We gotta dig on that. Keep that right there. Stuff like this, right? Right. These are just electricity. We don't have to fear anything and be afraid of anything. You just gotta understand, right? And apply it to the greater whole, not some type of narrow vision, you know what I'm saying, that the hijacks got. These type of symbols, which go with their spells. Look at this, something like this, right? We're just talking about electrical symbols and designations. I think the one that CERN uses is also, whatever God, all also, go back to these, it's all electricity, man. So you could kind of decipher certain things just based on understanding the frequency, the current. Right? Transistors, right? So if they put something like this up, you would think it's a sigil. You'd be like, I don't get it. It's crazy talk. It's a lot of stuff happening. You got an opticupler, opto isolators. Things looking real sigilly. It's an interesting connection. There's probably infinities, different electrical units, capacitors, oscillators, whatever they call them. I mean, yeah, I'm just digging on it for the first time, but just get you thinking, like, yeah. Hmm. Summoning these dragons is all about electrical currents, right? The ley lines, the dragon lines, are all about electrical currents. The ether waves. It's all about negative, positive polarities and all kind of things, man. So, what does electricity have to do with their spells? It's all electricity, like a switchboard, like a computer. You know what I mean? I'm just giving you a different perspective, a way to kind of think about things without getting spooked out by, oh, crazy magical symbols going to put a hex on me. I mean, you can use these symbols are neutral. You know, how do you use them? How you gonna use it? You know, you could use a quartz crystal for good frequency vibration, you know what I mean? Or you can use it to cast your spells, right? How you gonna use it? You could take something as simple as seeing this X in a circle and know that the cat or the tet, you know, the Hebrew or the cross, the tau, you could see language come out of these things on GP, you know. How are they using it? You know, the numbers are alive, and the Hebrew goes to the gematria, and these numbers are alive. So the symbols are alive because the numbers are alive. It's all numbers, right? It's all code. Cut. All right. You let me know. You let me know. What's it got to do with circuitry? Charges and conductor, frequency and power and voltage, reactors and oscillators, vibration. Wow. Okay. Don't this look like kind of what we was looking at, right? This is an investigation, man. It's just an investigation, man. All right. Okay. Let's go back. Back to this. Very close to stuff we're looking at. But in this case, we're talking about the Seraphim and the guarded winged dragons that guard the throne of HaWah, the gates of heaven, the sacred groves of Eden. And we got before the serpents of wisdom. Last drop. Get the last drops, man. Belly flop, but get the last drop. The Eden is where these points are intersecting in these ley lines or dragon lines. Eden is the intersection. Okay, wow, I had to make sure make sure we had our energy, man. Make sure it was plugged up. Make sure our computers are plugged up. Okay, we're good. So, six winged dragons in Isaiah. Burning ones is a seraph. So we put it together quite simply. We're not reaching. We talk about the bite in Numbers 21, when Moses is commanded to make a fiery, burning, majestic being, a snake on a pole, my nigga. Remember, the pole represented an ensign. They translate it as pole, but it represents an ensign, a cross, a point, like a dragon line. It could easily be translated Create you a copper dragon and put it on a dragon line. Put it on a point, an ensign, a place where the lines, the energetic, etheric lines are connecting the frequency. Get you one of them intersecting points, an ensign, which they translate as a pole later. Make you a brazen serpent, which we know we're talking about a copper, because that Nakash really translates to copper. And the brown driver's Briggs, Manani. So it's a copper dragon or orichalcum. We're going to get back on our Aquaman flow. Make you a copper dragon. Put it in an energetic ley line, dragon point, ensign. And whoever it breathes on gets life. Whoever gets that fire, which they call it a bite. But in etymology, the bite is the same as a sting. And a sting comes from feeling the burn of the fire. So they try to make it a snake on a pole. They translate it to pole. They translate it to bite. It's not the bite that is going to save your life. It's the fire that's going to save you. The fire from the Seraph, from the Seraphim. This Seraph that is, Moses is bringing out is coming from the throne, man. Bringing the blessing, bringing the life, bringing that Baruch from HaWah. It is not cursing you at this point. But those other fiery flying dragons, because you were speaking out against the Creator, because you were out of code, you got the curse of the dragon. The dragon don't want to curse you. Satan doesn't want to curse you. But Satan is the goon. He's late to the meeting. He's late to the party. But he won't be late to kick your ass when you are out of code. Because that's what he do. This frequency is a frequency. It's not a physical situation. It's a frequency. It's an interference pattern. You create the interference pattern by being out of code, and then you complain about the reaction, about the interference, about the ripple that comes, the wave you don't want to surf. That's the goal of your father, of your mother's house. He's still invited to the meetings and the parties. He still works for HaWah. He still works for the Creator. That's why he's invited to the meeting. That's why they're having a conversation, not some full-out war. They weren't having a war. Satan didn't show up and a war popped off. Satan came to present himself before HaWah. Sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. Poor Levi, poor Levi, poor Levi. Satan came to present himself before HaWah. And HaWah said unto Satan, where you coming from? Satan said, from going around the earth in and out, jamming people up, doing what I do. HaWah said, cool. Hey, man, you been digging on my servant Job, man. He think he all that. He think he all that. What you think he gonna do? Oh, well, look, man. He's only all that because you've been protecting him this whole time. Take your protection off him a little bit. Let me jam him up, and we're gonna see what he's hitting for. We're gonna see what he's really on. Oh, I said, oh yeah, you think he ain't gonna be rocking with me without all my extra protection and goodies and fancy stuff? Hey man, look, man, there's only one way to find out. Alright, goon, do your goon activities. You have but a moment to do it. Don't go crazy. Don't just super duper jam him up, you know what I mean? But go ahead, man. Handle your business. That's what I've been waiting for, big homie. Woo, I'm about to put that work in on Joe. And we'll see. Sometimes you got to put a nigga to the test, huh? You ever had to put a loved one to to the test, man? Make sure they was really rocking with you. Satan rocks with HaWah, works for HaWah in the house of HaWah, and is sometimes regarded as Leviathan. Let's go. Nachash, fiery, burning. Yeah. The Seraphim are described in Isaiah 6, chapter 1 through 6, as beings immensely close to HaWah and to the glory of HaWah, whose sole purpose is to display that glory. They have 6 wings, 2 to cover their eyes, 2 to cover their feet, 2 to fly with. In the late 1st century AD book, Revelations, the Seraphim are described as being forever in HaWah's presence and praising him day and night, and without ceasing they sing, Holy, Holy. HaWah is the holy. HaWah is HaWah Almighty, who was and is to come. Who was and is to come. Seraph is used 7 times in the Holy Scriptures. In the book of Isaiah, it is translated as fiery serpent. All right? Those fiery serpents or seraphim are described as flying. The name seraph expressed by the word ador or fire by accident, fiery angels, snakes on fire, or fire-breathing dragons, man. Every culture, ancient culture, speaks on these fire-breathing dragons like they real. Chinese New Year got all these real animals in the zodiac, but you don't think the dragon is real? They chose one slot for a mythological beast. This wasn't no terrible Satan. They said, man, it brought them luck and favor, and we just dropped the drop on how they was worshiping these dragon eggs. Of course, they was high, you know. A lot of people went off and started worshiping the creator's creations, right? They were worshiping these angels, they were worshiping prophets, they were worshiping dragons. So that's nothing new. But it's just letting you know that it's true. It's not falsehood. This is reality. Seraph are classically depicted by having 6 wings radiating from the angel's face at the center. St. Thomas Aquinas described Satan, this dragon. Leviathan, dragon, sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. Over and over. So when they start calling Leviathan demon this and demon that, sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. Demon, Satan, devil, sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. Which got me thinking about this devil's tree, this devil's tower, they call it, in Wyoming. Looks like a giant tree stump. Is it a devil's tower or a dragon tree, right? They call Mount Roraima the devil's tree of El Dorado. Is it a devil's tree or a dragon habitat, right? You got Devil's Tower, Devil's Tower National Park, Devil's Tower National Museum. You got the Devil Tree of El Dorado. Talking about Roraima. Mm-hmm. Love to my beautiful Queen Chef Candy. She read a lot of this book. It's the right one. I think this is could be it, but yeah. Oh yeah. Armchair Fiction presents extra large paperback. The Deviltry of El Dorado by Frank Aubrey. 30th installment of our Lost World, Lost Races classic series. Unbelievable horror sat atop Mount Roraima. The Deviltry of El Dorado. And El Dorado refers to the cities of gold. So is there a city of gold being guarded by these dragons in Mount Roraima near Venezuela? And do you see a pattern forming what they're calling deviltries? Because just like the Devil's Tower, this is another giant tree stump. Some might call it the Tree of Life because it is the source of the Amazon River. Whoa. It is the source of the Orinoco River. Whoa. And Columbus called the Orinoco River related to paradise. He said, this is the greatest of all rivers on the earth, the Orinoco. The Orinoco. And the Oram, just like the Orichalco, the Oram refers to gold, remember? So the Orinoco has to refer to the cities of gold, which is why it's called the Deviltry of El Dorado. Mount Roraima is a flat-topped mountain. Come on, man. Or are we just talking about a giant tree, like the Piedmont Indians called it a giant tree stump? Is Mount Roraima the oldest place on earth? Why even ask that question? Why even ask that question? Because somebody's digging on something very sacred there that they think this could be the beginning of it all. It is the source of the Amazon River. You know how much tributaries, you know how, you know what the Amazon River provides? This is the tree of life. Show me a better tree stump, the source of a greater river than the Amazon. And they're calling it possibly the oldest place on the earth plane. One of the oldest geological formations on the plane. Mount Roraima is composed of sandstone of the Proterozoic eon form 1.7 to 2 billion years ago. Now dodge all hijacks at all costs. This just means it's older than old. This is some old ass stuff, right? This is some old situation. Therefore, among the oldest rocks on Earth. What? And it's the source of the Amazon and the Orinoco. Giant tree stump, right? Giant tree stump, huh? Giant tree stump, huh? Huh? Giant tree stump reaching to the heavens above the clouds. Above the clouds. Water just pouring out of this cut down tree. Amazing. This is what inspired their avatar flow. You see the water just pouring out of it. So within this giant tree stump is a whole oasis of water. Imagine within it. Imagine going within it. It'd be like the Black Panther going to a whole nother dimension, a portal, a whole nother civilization. The water's just pouring out this giant tree stump. They're calling it oldest place on earth, but they also call it the devil's tree. The devil tree. The Deviltry of El Dorado is one of a plethora of Lost Race novels. Yeah. All about the Lost World. Deals with an expedition to a remote corner on the earth where it all popped off. This time, the target is the legendary city of Noah, which sits high atop the seemingly unscalable Mount Roraima in British Guyana, which is just South America, Venezuela, Guyana. The Brits are trying to hijack it. A real life location. Well, we know that. We just dug on it. We've been digging. Birdman and we've been talking about Aquaman. We've been talking about Atlantis, Estebanico, Flying Golden Condors, Cities of Gold, right? So we're well prepped. We are well seasoned, man. I'm going to have these conversations. After 8, 9 years of digging on what we've been digging on, we're seasoned in this. We're seasoned in our investigation. We empty our cups every day. We learn something new every day. We challenge the theories we think we know. This is how we built our platform, our flow, our investigation off of emptying our cups and challenging everything we think we know. And they think they know. And coming to an honest, some honest checkpoints, man, that we can keep coming back to, retesting, and now say, okay, we can be foundational that we're not spinning on a ball. We can be foundational that they didn't bring us on no boats from Africa. They just found us here in what they call the Lost World, a place that has the oldest location on the earth, Managi. Yeah, that's where they found you, a real life location. We can be foundational in the code that we keep, MHOE, that it raises our frequency no matter what. We could be foundational, Managi, that our frequency exists, matters, that 4 plus 3 plus 2 equals 9, and that getting off of our hijack frequencies, raising our harmonics, and getting back in our 9 flow, our 9 code, puts us above the barrier. We can combine our frequency with our code keeping, with understanding, our world is real, that Israel is real, that we are the remnant, that we are indigenous to this earth plane, period. And specifically, these vortexes right here. We are foundational, that we can go straight to get up, and we ain't spinning on no damn ball. We can be foundational in our dragon flow. We can be foundational in our Presta flow. And keep emptying our cups and keep investigating. That's our investigation. That didn't exist before these cons came together and kept reading books day in and day out on the radio, live, 432thedrop.com, popping off, and worldwide, every continent, Khan started investigating, and this brought us here to a real life location, man, that they can't take away. They can't wiggle out of this. We can look at it and say, who you calling devil, boss? As a seasoned investigator, we can do that. What they gonna tell us? What are they gonna tell us? Some bullcrap? Why you calling it El Dorado, boss? What's it got to do with the cities of gold, boss? But they're finding unthinkable horror, like dragons. A fantastic man-eating tree. Sounds like a movie, huh? Sounds like a movie. The Deviltry of El Dorado. This was in 1896, my nigga. This ain't no new science. This is 1896. This book is the first of his Monella trilogy, followed by A Queen of Atlantis. Here we go. We've been talking Atlantis. What's it got to do with El Dorado? Why is the Atlantean Esteban, right, the first African to take a tour through America, right? Esteban. He knows he's an Atlantean. Why is he searching for the 7 cities of gold? He thinks it has to do with Atlantis, but really it has to do with Tau. Tau's Hiva people got all the dropping all the technologies. It seems like the Atlantis flow is just hijacking all of our people's things, right? All of Tau's things. That's why Tau doesn't like Esteban at first. So Esteban knows he's from Atlantis. And he's over here looking for the cities of gold that don't belong to him. He's a hijack sent on a dummy mission to invade, search out, Papu Vu, 1492, what? 1452? All right. This King of the Dead reminds me of the king in Atlantis and Aquaman. They call him, what would they say? Aquaman 2. Dark King name. Come on, man. Now, Black Manta, seemed to be like somebody different than who they were referring to as this Dark King, who apparently was running a bunch of orichalcum, copper, and gold, and they act like he was evil. When I said pay attention to who Hollywood is calling evil and demons and devils, right? So look at the name they chose, David Cain. And I didn't know that he's supposed to be the same person as the Black Manta, who's clearly a brother. So that lets you know that David Cain is a negative, right? Is a nugget. Just like the Black Panther. And they also tried to make this Black Manta like some dark, wicked person, and Aquaman is the good guy. Aquaman is the hero. When in reality, Aquaman is related to Poseidon, right? And all these are hijacks of Atlantis. All of them are of the family of Zeus. So Aquaman is really the antagonist. And David Cain is really the protagonist, the good guy. Hollywood flips everything. We got to reverse the curse. David Cain, David Khan, Khan Dawi, Khan David. They're calling him a pirate and mercenary working alongside his father Jesse. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. Yeah, I was gonna drop a whole lot more. I didn't know I was gonna keep, dropping all this, but I'm out of here, y'all. Anybody else see it already before I go there? Before I go there, I gotta go there. I gotta go there. For sinless men. Kill you. All right. We'll go there. Where else we gonna go? Where else we gonna go? Kilad, also known as Daniel. Right? Did you know the book of Daniel is really about Kilad, who's the second son of David? And all this favor Daniel is getting is because he's the bond of David, not just any bond, but because Abigail, who had remarried, because her previous husband had passed, so she remarried, David. They didn't know if she was pregnant through David or her first husband, Nabal. Therefore, HaWah arranged that Kilad would resemble David. So Kilad, or Daniel, looked exactly like David. Probably acted exactly like David. He was like a David clone, you know what I'm saying? He was raised up high, right? And he was being held hostage. The son of David was being held hostage, which is why he was treated so good. They had to treat him good. It is possible his name, Kilad, can be translated perfection of the Father in reference to that legend that what? HaWah wanted to make sure he resembled David. So he is the perfection of David. Now, who are the four sinless men? Kilad, obviously, second son of David. David's son with his third wife, Abigail, the widow of Nabal the Carmelite. Okay. He's mentioned a couple times. Now, David's elder sons, Amnon, Absalom, Adonijah, were treated like more important characters on purpose in 2 Samuel. Kilad is only named in the list of David's sons. And we'll get back on the press to flow. We got to dig on Daniel Akum, which I think historically is the real Daniel. I'm going to bring it up just for later. I'm not going to do it now. I ain't going to go into the press tonight. I can. I feel like it. Daniel El Kumisi. Kum means to rise. Yeah. See, there's different ways to say Kum. You could do it with a Q. You could do it with a K. And he was one of the most prominent early scholars in Kara. Remember Kara, like North Carolina, South Carolina? Kara means black or melanated in the Turkish. So it just means like niggas, like black people, Same things like Abyssinian or Ethiopian, right? Judaism, they're just talking about Judah. We are talking about David's son, right? So decode this with a dragonfly perspective. They're giving you a hard hit, my naga, on the real son of David, Daniel Kuhn. Now, we talked about Anan ben David a couple times. You know what I'm saying? We brought up Anan ben David. And this Anan, like Hanan, is obviously Ben David. He's Daniel's brother. Now, both of them were in opposition over some of the code, right? Remember I told you there was a schism. So this is one of the first code keeper schisms, where they were rocking together, the Ananites, or Canaanites. All right? Put the K, put the H, remember that. The first Karites, Anan's followers and immediate successors, are characteristic of his place in Kariism. And the Karites, when you look them up today, they don't rock with the Talmud at all. They only rock with the books of Moshe, the Torah. So they try to keep it straight Torah. No Christianity involved, right? No Talmud, witchcraft, necromancy, none of that. So they had to be first. he called his brother chief of the scholars, and they had a beef, and he called him chief of the fools, and the way he was interpreted. So he didn't rock with Anon like that later, but they were both had an inner feud, just like the scriptures talk about David's sons and different things that have happened. The kingdom of Solomon being divided and all the sorcery and all that stuff that was happening between that, right? So this is deep. It's a lot happening. It's a lot happening. Daniel El Kumisi. I told you I'm just going to lead you to the water. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Go back. There we go. Okay. I'm dropping too fast and fall back. So you can spell a coon with a K or a coon with a Q. And now for my advanced wave service, we started talking about, is David Moses? I know it's crazy. It's crazy when I ask that. They both have to, go up against giants. Moses goes up against King Og. David goes up against Goliath. They both seem to have a priest-king flow. It almost seems like if you combine Moshe and David, you got this Prester John, right? You got this, you got the frequency, the intersecting lines coming back in the timelines. You got Daniel ben Moses, Al-Kamisi, right? Son of David, son of Moses. There are some similarities we got to start looking at with this Moshe, which is a title, and David, which is a title, and put it back together in the timeline. That's kind of what we're looking at. Again, like I said, we emptying our cup, asking the right questions. And again, him and Anon ben David dissented from certain of his halakhic principles or pure halal, pure code principles, justifying himself by the maxim, those who come later will find the truth. David also consistently maintained this principle in regard to himself. And this Kirkasini is a whole nother flow. We got to dig on this Kirkasini again, on the real. I'm going to just put these to the side. But I just want to show you, this is Daniel. This is Kilad. And in history, he's right there in your face bone. It's just that we're never brought to Daniel ben Moshe al-Kamisi to understand what was happening in America with the sons of David. You got to be searching for President John to find this drop right here, man. But the Qumisi gives you a different, look at the Qumran scrolls, right? The Qumran, the Qumisi, and again, Qum in Hebrew means to rise, to make a stand, to make a stand. Kirkasini flow. These amazing Cariot scholars are really, knockers that are code keepers, that are teachers, that are exilarchs. You know what I mean? So Jacob Kirkasini plays heavy. Is this the Jacob under this title, Kirkasini? We dug deep on this in the present flow into the Circassian. And this relates to the David Sauceland flow. Once you dig on the Sauceland flow. So okay. There's also a Yosef. But now it's all happening. But remember, they said we was just black people coming off a boat from Africa, so we would never be digging on this. We would never be connected. By the time we start connecting this Kirkasinis and Al-Kumisis and stuff like that, it's game time. You know it's ball game. You know what I'm saying? They know it's ball game. By the time you start connecting this type of stuff, they know it's ball game. They know time is up. Kum Managa. So some Managas pronounce it Kwam, right? But originally it's the Hebrew root verb kum, like come, kum. Come comes from kum. Kum, like to kum say. Ka, spelled with a C, spelled with a K, spelled with a Q. Just like the Kumisi or Kirkasani could be with a Q or a K. You see how you can interchange these vowels, one letter rule. Horse Bella Cathedral. To rise up against a person in combat. So again, you're talking to Kum say. You are rising for real, for real. You ain't on no play. When we say Kum, we talking about rising, my nigga. We talking about getting your ass up, popping off. Rise up. I like this Abe Abarim publication. I like it a lot. We're asking HaWah to kum for us, to kum us, to rise us up, raise us up. Generally means to rise or stand. Like literally you can get up from the prostrate position, get up, a kneeling position or sitting position, raising up. All right. It can indicate a start of a journey. When I say to kum, it can also indicate starting your journey or paying attention, to be aware, to give your testimony. Huh? Yeah. Or they can, raise up the wrong things like these idols, right? Or you can raise up a leader, you can raise up a prophet. All this is cool. In conjunction with HaWah, we talking HaWah. This verb often occurs in the plea for HaWah to rise up against enemies. Psalms chapter 3. Y'all want to get some Psalms? Let's get some Psalms. Get back in Angels and Dragons, and just connect some of the links. I know I went fast. Even though they were 3-4 hour drops, I still feel like I went too fast. So a lot of stuff I want to go back to. A lot of stuff I skipped over, you know what I mean? So ain't no rush. Only the wave. I just want you to know we popping off. We starting this January flow all the way up. We're going to keep it rising up the entire year of the dragon. Connecting everything we got to connect. Doing it right, man. You know what I'm saying? Making sure we are well oiled, my nugget. And just firing all pistons, man. All right, so to kum, we're talking about to make a rise, to make a stand against your enemies, specifically, man, to rise up, to make a plea for HaWah to rise up against our enemies. You know what I mean? And there ain't no realer plea than that, because HaWah is our only Savior. HaWah is our only Savior. HaWah, when they bring in their JC flow, whatever, man. Of course. The derivatives of the verb are the feminine noun koma, meaning height of people, of a tree or buildings, the height. So when we say a coma, or even these comments, they say they form this coma, right? We're just talking coma. Comma, key, alright. We're just talking about rising up and making a stand. Rising up and making a stand. So the white angel Michael, went to war against a fire-breathing copper dragon that they call the Red Dragon. Stop it. They just want to be the white hero, slaying our dragons. The curse which Creator placed upon HaWah, or placed upon the place which the Creator HaWah placed upon Satan, Shalak, was not literally turning him into an earthly snake with no wings, for he was a fiery seraphim that once flew. And this is my point. What was this snake doing in the book of Genesis before he was cursed? Before he was cursed to be on his belly, what was he doing? Was he jumping? Was he running? Why is being on his belly now a curse? He must have been able to do other things, right? So you talk about a snake that was jumping and running, skipping and flying, or you talking about a dragon? And it's a real curse for a dragon to lose his wings. And this is what the angel losing his wings symbolism is all about. The angel lost his wings. The dragon lost his wings. Is a terrible thing, right? Now that's a curse. That's the worst thing you could do to a dragon, damn near, because he can't fly. So this became the alchemical serpent. This became, this snake situation. It wasn't the snake that was a curse. It was this dragon that lost his wings. Now, is this the same dragon from Job chapter 2 that was late to the meeting? We're talking Satan, right? Is it the same Satan that came also among them to present himself before HaWah? In the garden? I know what you're saying. Well, Job came after Genesis. Well, some scholars will put Job as the first book of the Bible. Go recon that. And that got me thinking, if Job predates Genesis, then you're talking about a previous creation. You're talking about, like the Papu Vo, there were many creations, different versions of creation. Uh, Adam and Eve, does that represent the first man and woman on this earth plane? What about the worlds beyond the poles? Do they have their own earthly mother, or Eve, the first? They got their own first. Is Eve and Adam the first of all the earth planes, Managa? How deep does it go? If Job predates Genesis, then it's possible that this Leviathan in Job is responsible for sinking Atlantis. Then after Atlantis, you got this new birth, right? You got this new, beginning. That could be the case. Or you could say, all right, nah, you're overdropping. Maybe after the sinking of Atlantis came the whole Noah, repopulation. I'll serve both those ways. I'm just asking some questions. Some people do consider Job as a book to predate Genesis, which means that to say Job is of this tribe and Job is of that tribe is, you're just talking about tribes that predate all these other tribes. You're talking about another world. You got to go back to Lemuria. You got to go back to Mu and Heva. You got to go back to Atlantis. We're going to talk Aquaman on trip. I'm just thinking out loud. I love to imitate Joey Ma. Okay. Just keep that in mind. And again, Satan or snake. Satan or snake. Great drop, going even deeper into, some of these questions. Genesis 6, these are the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. This word, Nephilim, is usually translated giants, as it is in Numbers 13, verse 33. But the word actually derives from the fall, meaning fallen. Nephilim were simply the fallen ones, or fallen dragons, man. Angels had an angelic war. Dragons had a dragon war. It ain't no war as, nothing is more terrible than a dragon on dragon war, man. Nothing is more terrible than a dragon versus dragon war, than a more war, man. The serpent was more cunning than the beasts of the field and tempted Eve to eat the tree of knowledge and good and evil. When she did so, her eyes were open and she could discern good and evil. Interesting thing is, the word serpent here is the exact same for the foretelling the future, divination, prophesying, or discerning. So the discerner, serpent, was more discerning than the beast and tempted Eve to eat of the tree of discerning, knowledge of good and evil. See a pattern? And again, the tree itself wasn't evil. It was that they weren't ready for it yet, according to what the Creator had planned for his children. Again, you cook a steak and you got a newborn baby, I could say, yo, get off the meat, man. You don't need that steak. But, you want to enjoy the steak, right? But feeding that steak to the baby, now that would be criminal, right? Because the baby doesn't have the digestive system to break down that heavy red meat, right? And whatever that tree possess has some heavy drop. You got to be ready to digest it, to tempt Eve to eat something that the Creator, you know, hadn't destined her for at that time, created an interference pattern that we call cardinal sin, or whatever you want to call it. A ripple in the wave, right? It was out of order. It wasn't that the tree was bad. It was just out of order. So the Seraphim, again described Isaiah 6, 1 through 6, beings immensely close to HaWah, sole purpose is to display that glory. Let's go. So the Seraphim are not some angelic human beings with wings. Instead, they are huge, fiery, six-winged dragons. Yeah. And that they may be connected back to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. The serpent, assuming it was something like a seraphim, would have been a glorious dragon, accustomed to flying. And as his punishment, he had to crawl on the ground, no longer flying or walking. He lost his wings. Now, I started thinking about wings, man. Started thinking about wings, you know. Psalms 57. Be gracious unto me, O HaWah, verse 2. Be gracious unto me, for in thee have my soul taken refuge. Yea, in the shadow of thy wings will I take refuge, until calamities be overpast. I will cry unto HaWah, most high power over everything, until HaWah that accomplish it for me, and he will send from me, from heaven, and save me, when he that would swallow me up taunteth. So HaWah shall send forth his mercy and his truth, and we are taking refuge in the wings of HaWah. Could be something, could be nothing, could be a metaphor, right? But over and over again, we hear about these features, these physical features, right? Just like Psalms 18. I love you, O HaWah, my strength. Verse 3, HaWah is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, my rock, my power. In him I take refuge, my shield and my horn of salvation. My high tower, praise I, cry, is HaWah, and I am saved from my enemies. Remember, Tikkun means to ask HaWah to make a stand against your enemies, just like he did David. The cords of death compassed me, the floods of Belial assailed me, the cords of Sheol surrounded me, the snares of death confronted me. In my distress I called upon HaWah, and cried upon unto my power. Out of his temple he heard my voice, and my cry came before him unto his ears. So we just got the wings of HaWah, Psalms 57. Then the earth did shake and quake. The foundations also of the mountains did tremble. They were shaken up because he was wroth. Smoke arose up in his nostrils. Physical characteristics: ears, nostrils, and fire came out of his mouth. Fire out of his mouth. The only thing in creation that they call mythological that has fire coming out his mouth that could possibly save anybody is a fire-breathing dragon or a fiery seraphim. And with creator, you're talking about the ultimate dracon in battle form. Because just like any other high-powered dragon that can take any frequency or shape or vibration it chooses, such as a human being or a cat or a bird, right? The creator can choose whatever frequency to reveal the creator, right? So the creator's not stuck looking one way and having one image, which is why we're not supposed to make any graven images, because that's limiting the flow, the frequency of HaWah. To worship a dragon image is to limit what a dragon is, because a dragon is way more than that image. What you're seeing is battle time, What you're seeing right here from the Creator is battle time. David is encompassed with enemies. The Creator is about to show out. You know what I mean? He come out with that smoke out his nostrils and fire out his mouth. Coals flame forth from him. He bowed the heavens also and came down, and thick darkness was under his feet. His feet bone. He got ears. He got a nose. He got a mouth. He got feet. And he rode upon the cherub and did fly, Manna. How did he fly? He did swoop down upon the wings of the wind. And for anyone who said, hey, well, he's riding on a chariot, well, yeah, that's a translation of it, but we just got that the Creator has wings, right? Psalm 57, yea, in the shadow of your wings will I take refuge. Psalm 91. O thou that dwells in the covert of the Most High, and abidest in the shadow of HaWah, the Almighty. I will say of HaWah, who is my refuge and my fortress, my power, in whom I trust, that he will deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence, tenderonis, GMO, right? Chemtrails, nanoparticles, radiation, all this stuff we getting. He will cover thee with his pinions. Uh-oh. What are pinions? Under his wings shall thou take refuge. His truth is a shield and a buckler, Manna. Under his wings shall thou take refuge. In the shadow of his wings will I take refuge. So, yeah, he did swoop down upon the wings of the wind. The Creator don't need to ride upon the chariot and fly. The Creator already got the wings, right? And the feet, and the mouth, and the nostrils, and the ear. These describe physical attributes, characteristics. So, these other glorious dragons, specifically the one in Genesis, no longer was able to fly, man. He had to crawl on his belly as a punishment. While we're talking dragons, man, one of my favorite scriptures to go to, just for the visual, thinking about flying on a dragon, man, is Nehemiah chapter 2. Wow. So, Nehemiah is, trying to get some fresh air. And let's pick it up right here. So I came to Jerusalem, verse 11, and was there 3 days, and I arose in the night, and I and some few men with me, neither told I any man what my God, what my Creator put into my heart to do for Jerusalem, neither was there any beast with me. Now, beast like what, right? They say beast. Keep your mind open. We talking dragon. Save the beast that I rode upon. Is it a horse drop? Is it an elephant? Is it a donkey? Let's see. Verse 13. And I went out by night by the valley gate, even towards the dragon's well. Well, coincidence? Is it called the dragon's well just because it's called the dragon's well and he's just riding on a horse? Man, okay. Let's see. Even towards the dragon's well and to the dung gate, and viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down. So something about riding on his beast towards the dragon's well gave him a view of the walls of Jerusalem. Now, could you view the walls from the ground, the walls of Jerusalem, or would you just see one wall? All right, something gave him a view, right? So he viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and the gates thereof were consumed with fire. Then I went on to the fountain gate and to the king's pool, but there was no place for the beast that was under me to pass. So he's flying around, he gets this view, he's looking at the city, he sees it being consumed with fire, and he tries to dip through this place, or, to the fountain gate and the king's pool, but there was no place for this dragon to pass. It was too big. So then I went up, in the nighttime and viewed the wall. Went I up, my nigga. So did he did he jump high on the horse he was riding? Did the horse get wings because it couldn't pass anywhere else? Did he go up by climbing some stairs? Does it say that? Or did he just go up, my nigga, on the beast? Now, if this was a horse, would he say he's on a horse? If this is a camel, don't we have a Hebrew word for that? So what's the beast? I'm interested to see what they translating it as, I already know they be on play. I already know they on that play. Lexicon. What do y'all calling the beast? From an unused word. All these things got words. Look. And here we go with coon. Back to the coon. So when he went up, he made a stand. He rised above, right? He stood up, right? He went up. From my mount, before it said, and this beast is now translated as any animal, cattle. It could be anything. A beast, an animal, cattle. It could be. He went up to get the view. Why don't they have a word that's been used before, like dragon? Why wouldn't they just put Tanine? What are y'all hiding? unused word, beast, animal, or cattle. Come on, boss. You know damn well he ain't on no damn cow. You know damn well he ain't on no cow. Getting a view of the city by going up on a cow. Y'all, y'all think it's play? Wow, look at this. They're using the same word like behemoth. Ain't behemoth a dragon like Leviathan? Giants eat fish? Hmm? Okay. So this is their generic word for beast. Uh-oh. They're going to bring us to Leviticus. Okay. Starts getting this Leviathan type behemoth flow. Yeah, I knew they was on that play. They ain't just going to say Nehemiah's riding on a dragon now, will it? Oh, no. Maybe Moses, they wouldn't even tell us Moses is making a copper dragon. They got to call him a brazen serpent, right? A brass snake, right? So Moses ain't making a dragon, he's making a snake. Nehemiah's not riding a dragon, he's riding a cattle from an unused word. Come on, man. All right. Let's go back. They called it Bahama. Bahama. Like the Bahamas. Oh, whoa, okay. Got me thinking about the Bahamas. And ain't around the Bahamas they got this, is that near the Bermuda Triangle? I don't know. It's a lot of vortexes happening around the Bahamas, right? Okay, let's go. Angels are dragons. Cool. So Nehemiah's riding a dragon. It's too big to go straight, so he goes up. Wow. So again, verse 12, and I rose in the night, me and a few men, right? I didn't tell no one what my most high power put in my heart to do. Neither was there any beast with me except the beast that I rode upon. So like I only took one dragon. I could have took more. And I went out by night by the valley gate, even towards the dragon's well, and to the dung gate, and viewed the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and the gates thereof were consumed with fire. Then I went on to the fountain gate, and to the king's pool, but there was no place for the beast that was under me to pass. Then went I up in the night in the valley, and viewed the wall. And I turned back and entered the valley gate, and so returned. And the rulers knew not whither I went, and what I did, neither had I as yet told it to the Jews, nor to the priests, nor to the nobles, nor to the rulers, nor to the rest that did the work. I ain't gonna tell them that I was riding this dragon at night, and I ain't gonna tell them what I saw. Yeah, man. He went up and viewed the wall. He had the coon. You think he went up on foot? You think he just got off the beast and just walked up a hill? Or was he already on a flying dragon? Let's check out part 2, Belly Flop. I'll leave the link. You got the drop. Angels and dragons. Israelites are accustomed to having dragons at weddings. And it look like they picking up. Look like we picking up right there with the press of John and the Gypsies, man. So let's see how we do the intro, and we'll belly flop through this, man. I could just enjoying the wave. Ain't nothing too serious, man. You know, ain't nothing but a few mind blasting, moments, man. Noodle bacon moments for you. But definitely, man, we don't want to use too many mind, man. We don't want to use too many mind, man. Not too many mind. We want to relax and enjoy the wave, enjoy the flow. This is your time. It's the year of the dragon, man. Let go.
Dog-headed men, the canines, the Canaanites, right? The canines, the Canaanites, right? The canines, right?
And let me know how y'all digging these drop within the drops, man, because I think it helps us connect some things that maybe we have forgotten. Let go.
And then we, broke down that the fox is the serpent. So in our indigenous mind, we ain't thinking about
Shalom.
no snake thing or no dragon looking thing when we talk serpent or the deceiver or the sly fox. You're talking the dog-headed, man. You're talking the canine, the Canaanite, right? But why would they eat your dragons, though? I mean, if dragons aren't real, why would you eat an angel? Would that angel give you life? Did the dragon that came from Moses' rod, did it give you life or death? Oh yeah, I mean, the Most High can curse you with the dragon or he can give you life, right? The copper dragon that Moses made, whoever he breathed on gave him life. They call it a bite. Why are they eating your dragons, man? Prester John and the Gypsies. Out the University of Toledo by David J. Neiman. Let's just get to it. Because when you talk gypsies, you're talking Egyptsies. And this is one of the rare publications that I've seen talking about the Ethiopians, in Western Europe, the Ethiopians in Western Europe. And you say, well, who's that?
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, who's the Ethiopian in Western Europe?
God.
Reload my document. let's talk about the Crusaders. You got the document, man. Pull it up. Let's read. Let's get it. Because we just want to do reading, man. We like to read around here. We're like a big old book club, man. We're like a gigantic book club, man. And all y'all that are supporting the wave, much ahab to you. And much ahab to my sister Nara Graham for the wonderful donation. Ahab. Again, much ahab to Calvin Niles as well as all our dragon sponsors on the wall. Much ahab to you for keeping the water flowing in our investigation. We got a brand new dragon sponsor on the wall. Ahab to James Dorsey, man. My brother James Dorsey for your dragon sponsorship, man. Keeping the water flowing for the tribe. Much ahab, James Dorsey. Let go. Why are they eating the Naga?
Shout out to all the dragon sponsors throughout the years, man, that have kept the lights on for us. And you're going to love our new website. You're going to love our flow. And, you know what I mean? Like, this is our year to, step into just a whole nother coon, man, a whole nother rising. So, we know that you're proud of everything we're doing, and we know that you support everything we're doing, and you appreciate the flow, and we appreciate you, Malaga. Let go.
I mean, it's all fake, right? Either dragons aren't real, or they gotta be Satan, or they gotta be the devil, but the fox plays the role of a serpent. I mean, we know that now. The greater Exodus, right? J. Fitzgerald Lee. So we got this. I mean, we dug on this. Go super speed. Who's the serpent to you? Not to the Christian, not to the invader. Who's the serpent to you? Who plays the role of the serpent to you? Here we go. Oh man, we gotta get deep in this book, man. We're gonna be talking about the Saint-Vignan again. The red Jews, right? The red men, right? In the loss of paradise and the events connected with it, the fox plays the part ascribed to the serpent in the Hebrew legend. The Egyptian legend, the jackal is the tempter. So that's when we started digging on the cynocephalus, the phallus, right? The cynocephalus, the cynocephalus, right? The sin, the children of sin, right? We started looking at these jackals and this whole Anubis situation. So we do realize that the fox is the sly one, right? The deceiver, right? Swiper, no swiping. Love to the family, man. Forgot your name, but you left a great comment, man. Love to you know who you are. He said swiper, no swiping. I said that's right. The fox is the swiper. You got Fox News, right? So the fox is the serpent to us. Now let's dig on what this dragon is, since we know that the fox is the serpent to us, the dog-headed man, right? Oh, Columbus. Oh, St. Christopher, the dog-headed. So why are they eating your dragons? Why is the serpent, why is the dog-headed man eating?
Right quick, just look how close this frequency is, even with the Hebrew of the jackal or the cynocephalus and the dragon. So if you say dragon, Hebrew tannin, right? Okay. You know tannin. See, serpent, dinosaur, snake, dragon. I'm gonna drop this drop, and I'm gonna have a nice ether sleep, man. I've been up for a few days, man, just popping off. So I look forward to the ether wave, man. Dragon, all right. Tannin, Managa, all right. So a dragon is a tannin. Back to the Behemoth, Bahama. These two creatures are described as at length as specific beasts. Whoa. Wasn't Nehemiah just riding on a beast? See how they do this? See how they translate? He's riding on a beast, right? All right. But there is another Hebrew word used to describe a dragon-like creature. Tannin, Tannin, pronounced tannin, which seems to cover a broad range of reptilian creatures. Alright. Snake, dragon, dinosaur, all these are tannins. Now, many Bible scholars do not agree that tannin refers to a dragon, and because of this disagreement, many proposed definitions exist. There are at least three plausible reasons theologians disagree on a definition of dragons. One, translators of tannin. Translators look very closely at the context of the passage to find the most accurate translation of a Hebrew word, and sometimes that context is not clear enough to make a confident decision. Stop it, or they're hiding something. Two, confusion exists over two very similar words, like what? Tannin and tannima. So I'm going to exaggerate the M. So, I'm talking a tannin that ends with an N like Nancy and an M like Mary. You have tannin and tannima, right? Now, tannima is the plural of tan, and tan is jackal. So translators don't know. When the creator's talking about making your habitat a den of jackals, it could be a den of dragons. It could be a den of dogs and foxes. Again, to the indigenous conscious, the fox plays a role as the serpent. Why? Because the fox is the jackal, the dog, or the dog-headedness, cynocephali, dog-headed tribes, like St. Christopher, like Anubis. We talking Atlantis? Is we talking Atlantis? So the plural form would be tannin. If you're going to make a plural form of tannin, is tannanima, right? But tannima, not tannanima, tannima is the plural form of tan. You see how close these frequencies are, man. So this is how they're swishing it in the Bible. This is why we got to know. What are they interpreting? What's their translation? What are they translating? A dragon or a jackal? A tannin or a tannima? This is how they're hiding in your tents, man. We. You can go through the scriptures and do your own biblical study and find all types of, new ammunition to investigate, Managa, when it comes to these translations of how they're translating jackal, of how they're translating whales and beasts and dragons and snakes and serpents. This is their forked tongueness to get away from talking dragons. Straight up in your face, ball. 3. Evolutionary ideas have so affected every area of study, even biblical studies, that most theologians are unwilling to admit that this word could reference a real dragon. Ping pow, ping pow. Let's go back. So, for the fox to play the role of a serpent, we're talking a jackal. Swiper, no swiping. Dora the Explorers, for real, for real. They put this stuff in the cartoons because it's coming from more esoteric knowledge, man. They know the swiper is the jackal and the jackal is the tan or tanima, right? Which is the alchemical serpent, represents these dog heads like dog-headed Saint Christopher.
In your dragon. Crusaders consisted of feudal nobility, soldiers, pilgrims, and adventurers of all sorts, and from all parts of Western Europe, joined and manipulated by Italian merchants. It has been said that before the Crusades, communities throughout the greater part of Europe have lived very much to themselves in limited contact with the outside world, but by the year 1200 it is safe to infer that practically every town and village of France, England, Germany, and Italy held someone who had visited the East and brought back marvelous tales about it. Meanwhile, Western Europe, toward the end of the Crusades, had launched itself into an era of rapid economic growth and change, involving cathedral buildings, urbanization, forest clearing. So now it's going into an era of growth after being, just basically just the, bottom of the bottom. Just a savage place with savage people. Right now they are being enlightened. Now they have urbanization and forest clearing. And it's ambitious yet deeply religious and highly superstitious people lived in constant anticipation of receiving more marvelous news and gifts from the East. Their expectations, no doubt, had some specific relationship with Scripture. And they go to Matthew 2, 1 through 12, and the Bible describes the arrival of wise men from the East bearing rich gifts, right? Remember Prester John? This is Prester John, the legend, but this is Prester John and the Gypsies, and we will be getting back into Prester John, the legend, the sources dropped on us by Aquarian Battle. You already know. Wise men from the East bearing rich gifts. There is an interesting paragraph written in the 13th century. Pay attention, Drop Nation. Angels and Dragons, Part 2. Let's go. There's an interesting paragraph written in the 13th century by the English philosopher scholar Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon plays a key role when it comes to the real spill and dragons. These are dragon breeders. They bred dragons, literally. The Bacons, right? English philosopher, 13th century, so we're talking the 1200s. This is a key period in time, a very pivotal time for the golden age of the noggin. It's still taking place. Roger Bacon about some exotic strangers in Western Europe called Ethiopians. So you don't hear a lot about Ethiopians in Western Europe. But who are they calling Ethiopians? Just some more Moors, right? Just some more Moors, right? We're talking Western Europe, quote Ethiopian. So they're not, they're just saying this is, remember what Rudolph Sanders says, this is Ethiopia. Is this another generic term for a dark-skinned person or a person of color? A melanated man or woman would be an Ethiopian, quote unquote. It's a Greek term. Aethiopes, it's a Greek term. Get out the mind of a hijack. This is not your word. You have no ownership here. So some melanated people are in Western Europe. Some melanated people are in Western Europe. Some melanated people, right, are in Western Europe. Man, and this shit kind of tells it all, man. You got the hijack, and then you got, you know, kind of the more element going on. We know it's more on more war, right? You got these people fighting against these people.
Big facts.
Black Britain, huh? Who are the Ethiopians in Western Europe? We're talking Spain, right? We're talking Italy, right? This is a Russian. This is a Russian. Let's go. Russian general in the 1600s. Tsar Peter of Russia. See his frizz. This is the Duke of Russia, Prussia, one of the knights. On the walls, man, Valerian, the Elder, 253. Who's this? Oh, a young soldier of the Holy Roman Empire during the 30 Years' War.
Oh,
This is a Roman soldier, a young boy. See these, you know, they try to hide it, man, but you see a lot of melanin going on. Who's that? Charlemagne. Holy Roman Emperor. Edith of England. Otto. So who are the Ethiopians in Western Europe? Oh, King Charles of France. Remember what Benjamin Franklin said? They're all swarthy. Talking angels and dragons. So you got.
just looking at this picture here, man. Is that Charles and the son, or this is were these royals for you or against you, man? I'm gonna let you decide. What part of history are you on? What part of history are you on? The same melanated brother we be walking around here joining the Black Panther Party would be joining the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, or the BDs, right? Same nigga. Whether he's in LA or Chicago, Mauritania, Canaan here, Antioch there, right? Egypt here, Israel there. It's all melanated in Europe. It's all melanated in America. So you put the story together. What black family were you rocking with? So called, right? This is not play. They were eating our dragons.
They're all swarthy. Talking angels and dragons. So you got these exotic strangers in Western Europe. They're exotic, right? The reptile. Let's talk dragons for a second. The reptile that the Ethiopians, these dark-skinned people over here, eat is the dragon. Now, who was eating the dragon? Were the actual dragon riders? And we're going to talk about the dragon riders, and we're going to get back in Prester John, Legend of Sources, because we're just talking Prester John the whole time. Look out for Prester John number 40. But we're always talking Prester John. I mean, we're always searching for David.
Right. Prester 40, my noggin. We on 129. What? Can't no one say we ain't put that work in, man. Not because we wanted to brag about being on Prester 129, 130, but because it's what we do as a tribe. You know, we got our jobs, or we got our families, or we got other things we do. But we come together and we research, we recon, we empty our cups, we ask the right questions so we can get a few answers to build our investigation. And by the time they come over to us, years later, after years have passed of us digging on it, getting the purified substance, and the alchemical purified substance, putting the pressure on whatever we think we knew, whatever we thought, we come out, my naga, with the drop. Because the drop is the purified substance. That one drop, with all that pressure, with all that fire, with everything, with every process you had to go through, that one single drop that you got out of all that squeezing and tension and all that pressure, that proves to you who you are, that they can't take away. All you need is one drop of a very potent mixture. You talking magic, man? Of a very potent potion. Of a very potent potion. All you need is one drop. And you are a very potent potion, my dog.
Because it blows everything wide open. You don't have room for anything else once you realize who and what we're talking about.
Let's
and how
go.
recent we're talking.
Let's
and
go.
what really happened.
Come on.
Other philosophies just don't fit in no more. There's no space for them when you have Joshua literally in the 1100s.
Uh-oh.
David literally in the 1200s.
Go ahead and cook on them, my
literally.
Cook it up.
Where's Jesus come in if you have David in the 1200s?
Cook on them, man.
Now you see, David will be shepherd forever. He has the fountain of youth.
Let's go.
He's the Magi, right?
The Dalai Lama.
He has dragons, right? I mean, Moses made a copper dragon.
God.
Off the fly. So there's always been this connection here. We're going to get back into all these, man. Back into the Tannins, man. Back into the script. But who's eating dragons, man? I mean, this is crazy, right? Because this is, again, written in the, we got it on the top. Oh, there we go, right there. 1266. So this is written in 1266 by Opus Magus. Is he bullshitting you? All you can do is read it. He's telling you what he's witnessing. I can't speak on it. We can't speak on it. We can't call it bullshit unless we know. We can't be false witnesses. We're not there, right?
Talk on it.
So all we can do is dig and put it together with what we're digging on. And this is right up our alley. Why? Because you see why they've been eating the Naga. Why they came to this country, to this continent, digging up Indian bodies and eating them.
Any lies detected? And if a dragon means to see clearly, that means that by eating the dragon, they can see clearly. By eating the dragon, they can see clearly. Snake eating its tail, dragon eating its own tail. You get out of cold, you eat your own tail. You're destroying yourself. You're killing each other. You're keeping score like it's a video game. Where they do that at, my nugget? And the score goes up and the hurt increases and the emotional turmoil and trauma gets deeper and you don't know any way out because you are now tied in, right? Tied into the get back. You never knew there was an option for you to get back your light, your sight, your dragon. And it comes to a point in 2024 year of the dragon, my young Nagas, my OGs, because I got OGs I love, man. I got OGs that raised me. If you don't know, my Naga, now you know. My own family, man, my own big cousins, big homies, big peoples, man, that kept me in school and said, nah, man, you ain't gonna do this. You finish that and you do that because you might be our way out. You know what I'm saying? My big homies kept me safe. We got to keep our, young Nagas safe. This is my attempt to keep my Nagas safe, man, by giving us another option. Instead of getting that get back, we can get back our dragons, man. You can get back your sight. We can start to see clearly again. They want to drive the dragons out the cave so they can eat them. And they can get the vision, be the ones with the deadly glance. Now they got their all-seeing eye. Now you're witnessing through their all-seeing eye. And now you're collapsing the wave pattern on hell, my Nagi. When HaWah gave you paradise to observe the code, now you can witness that and collapse the wave pattern on forever, eternal paradise. So, like, I'm here to tell my little Nagas, man, my real Nagas, my big Nagas, my homies, my real ones, man, my peers, my friends. We have another way. We popping off with this energy not because it's some type of recycled low frequency jargon, but we are being rehabilitated. We are being restored with our vision, with our sight, with our dragon. If you don't see no physical dragon, know that you got that energy, that sight to see clearly inside of you. That's your Kundalini, which we call Kundalini because it's rising. It's rising. The dragon is rising. Like Nehemiah is rising, Kund, so he can see clearly and have a view, not on no cattle or no horseback, on the same dragons they eating in Ethiopia, or excuse me, Western Europe these Ethiopians are eating, and they probably eating our dragon in Ethiopia too.
Remember,
Wow.
when you talk dragon, you're talking what? Oh, that's conceptions of many races and people, but who are we focusing on? Yeah, it's a huge serpent, but was that a snake?
Mm.
No, it's a dragon. Are we talking seraphim? Are we talking angels? Well, let's keep reading. Giant sea fish, we're talking Leviathan. Yeah, okay. Stems from darkest thigh, which is to see clearly. We're talking seeing something clearly.
Come on.
To see. Visible. I have seen. Clear. Okay. All right. We're talking seraph. Angel of the highest order. Obviously, we're talking dragon. And why are they eating dragons in Western Ethiopia or Western Europe? Ethiopians eating dragons. Black people, right? Black folk in Europe, right? black folk in Europe, right? Not all of them, just the hijacks. Dragon, yeah, it's the winged serpent, right? Shooting stars, shooting meteors, comets, right? But it's also a fierce or violent person.
Tecumseh.
Anyone fierce or violent toward their oppressor?
Dragon Canoe.
Anyone feel the rage to be fierce or violent towards a force that's oppressing you?
Amaru Khan.
Jacking you? Killing you? Well, then you're a fierce or violent person towards the hijack, male or female, as this man or woman is a dragon.
Naga, you a dragon.
What dragons are they eating? This man or woman is a dragon. What dragons are they eating? What type of rituals are they doing? What's the drop? The reptile that the Ethiopians eat is the dragon. For it is well known that wise Ethiopians have come to Italy and Spain and France and England. What did Benjamin Franklin say? They're all swarthy. They're all swarthy. They're all swarthy, man. Ethiopians in Western Europe. All swarthy. It is well known that these wise, swarthy black folk have come to Italy, Spain, France, and England, in those countries of the Christians where there are good flying dragons. So who they're calling wise Ethiopians are other melanated people, other melanated tribes that are holding down other areas that are at war with the other melanated tribes from biblical times, whether it's Moab.
Spain, Italy, France, man, England. This is who you think you're paying your taxes to, man. You speaking English to this day. English, man. How you think they got the wisdom? They didn't get it from Big Mama. They got it from eating Big Mama. Eating the dragon, man. Eating us. Digging up our bodies when they got over here to America. They were so hungry getting out them ships. Like zombies, digging up bodies and eating flesh. We got the receipts, man.
In Israel or whatever confederacy they're making, these are the wise dark folk, right? Black folk, Ethiopians, you know. These are these, you know what I'm saying, the hijack of the hijacks. Because when you are at war against your own brother and you over here putting them into, you know, fear spells and eating dragons and stuff, this ain't white people doing this. This is black people doing it. Other tribes. Other tribes, man. You know, this is tribal. You got one tribe against another tribe. It's all biblical, right?
So what happened?
It's historic. Tribal war. You know, and the white man just getting in where he fit in. He said, all right, cool. Well, since you're having this war anyway, let me get in where I fit in. Remember the blackface where all the, you know, white folk and all the whites in Spain painted their face.
We got receipts, man. I'm gonna leave this for you, man. Angels and Dragons Part 2. It's heavyweight. It's heavyweight. I see y'all already in there digging on it, man. Heavy. In Spain every year. just to remember the Nagas so dear. What they do in Spain, Spain festival, blackface, blackface, and they act like it's all good and nobody marches against it. It's just what it is. They call it the Three Kings Parade. So it's about the royals, right? At least three of them. Yay, yay. I push rhymes like wait. I push rhymes like wait. Yay, yay. I push rhymes like wait. Sorry. I had to get my Ice Cube on when I see something like this. You know what I'm saying? Woo wee. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this man. Literally, look at this man. These whites. These are whites. And they paint their face to oblivion as dark as possible to be a nigga for the day. To be a nigga for a day. Man. I gotta get this. I gotta get this picture, man. Can I get this? Can y'all give me this, man? I don't wanna, you know, piss my people off too much, but we gotta at least look at this, man. This dude got pinions and feathers, ostrich feathers. Come on, man. I push rhymes like wait. I push rhymes like wait. Yay, yay. I push rhymes like wait. Come on, man. I don't know why they always wanna be playing. Man, they marching about their LG such and suches and yada yadas. But then they'll put a bunch of blackface on their Facebook and call it the Festival of the Three Kings, the Three Magi in Bethlehem for the birth of Christ. Balthazar, which is also yeah, I mean it's a Persian name, right? Babylonian, right? Black man in art. Yeah, marks the end of the Christmas season, which a bunch dressing up like a bunch of darkies, right? Saying JC had these black people that came to see him. That means that whoever you're calling anointed also had to be black. Now we say, who are you calling anointed? Is it the same Jupiter, the same Zeus that you were already worshiping when you invaded us? Why would you worship your God less when they brought you to the promised land? Why would you worship your powers, Jupiter and Saturn, any less when Columbus followed them to the promised land, right? That'll make you go harder for your gods. Oh gods, you gave us more of a white. Thank you for these Negro royals, so called. Thank you for the Moabites that brought us here. We want to remember the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Edomites. We want to remember everybody against these Hebrews in America. Look at this, man. Look how happy they are to look like us. Look at this, man. This is what they come from. All right, I'm out of here. Despicable, man. No other way to say it. Absolutely, positively, non-positively despicable. Why can't you dress up as yourself when you start digging on antiquity? Why you gotta look like these Moors, right? That are eating the dragon. If it's just some fake situation. Because you are commemorating it as a real life reality. Mystery of the Moorish Science Temple, Southern Southern Blacks and American Alternatives, 1920 Chicago. So think about this and just think about all the hardships Managas is going through in Chicago, which the Moors call Mauritanian, all the frequency war they're up against. It's hard to get over that demon time when you got, this devil energy, you know what I'm saying, that, is being passed along as in the guise of something positive. Oh, we're giving nationality to African Americans, but you're not giving them their tribe. You're not giving them their identity, especially the Israelites. You're not giving them their identity. So you're hiding the code and the importance of the code of the creator for a substitution. And this substitution it can only go so far, man, because it ain't the real thing. If I substitute your lemonade with a fake ass lemon, it's only so far I can make it good before you say, man, this ain't authentic. So, all right, clear my throat. Let's go. Got a lot of reading to do. All right. So what's happening with the spirituality, my niggas, that they're saying they're on demon time? It ain't just the music. It's a frequency war. It's not the youth's fault. It's not their fault. Their babies brought up in this certain spirituality. And it's being passed like in the guise of goodness, in the guise of unity, but you're unifying around something that ain't authentic. Instead of unifying around HaWah and HaWah's one shepherd, Kondawi, they got their own King David, right? They got their own, spirituality that is it bringing you back to putting the Most High over everything? Is it bringing you back to keeping your Shabbats, resting together, not slaying each other, right? Not stealing from each other, right? So 1926, the well-known black scholar Ira de Augustine Reed complained that the storefront churches were a general nuisance. Neither their appearance nor their character warrants the respect of the community. Mortified, he described the founders of these informal assemblies. He conducts his services on such days as he feels disposed mentally and indisposed financially. To this gentleman of the cloth, the church is a legitimate business. More to the point, He described his perception of the many Southern immigrants or migrants who aspired to found their own churches and religions, recounting how one, quote, young swan, swan, like the Swan Knight, we're going to get that Kalelus for the Dismount, had announced to the leadership of a large traditional black congregation that he had a dream. Ain't this Martin Luther King Day? It's crazy, right? I can't make this up. In this dream, a still small voice told him to GPC, or go preach Christ. And when he heard it, he knew that it was instructed to go preach their crystals. Here we go, right? That's not most high over everything if you're preaching Christ. You need to preach the Creator. You know what I mean? That's most high over everything. After further questioning by the council, the churchman told him that he had misinterpreted his dream, for it certainly meant go plant corn. Damn. For many educated African Americans, the idea of Southern migrants presuming to enjoy their own religious traditions on their own terms in the urban North was ludicrous. Early observers of the Morish Science Temple of America were similarly suspicious of the success of this movement founded by a Southern migrant in Chicago. My Nagas, this is all that leads up to where we are. You know, it wasn't like this couldn't make things better, temporarily, or be a band-aid and give you some type of moral support. You know, a Christian religion can give you moral support, can make someone say, yeah, because of Christ, I ain't gonna sin no more. And it can have a positive impact, but also it has a detrimental impact because you're no longer looking for the Creator. You're looking for Christ. And you think Christ is the Creator. Jesus is God now. And he died for your sins. Malaga, you died for your sins. You're dying for your sins. You're dying because we've been out of code. But instead of addressing it, you put a Band-Aid on it. You follow the prophet and the energy of the Moabites, and you ain't no Moabite. What does it look like for a child of Judah to be rocking with a Moabite prophet? What happened to your prophet? Wouldn't they be telling you something a little different than the Moabite prophet? Knowing that it's a more and more war and it's a confederacy. Oh, they didn't tell you it's a more and more war. They didn't preach to you about the Confederacy. They didn't tell you that, that they're confederate against you. Specifically you. Specific tribes of melanated people. But they said all of you are now more-ish. Interwar academics and journalists investigated this religion in the late 1920s, one of the most well-known alternative black religious groups in the United States, only to throw up their hands and declare more science an unexplainable hodgepodge of beliefs, a cult built on religious hokum and the gullible desperation of simple rural blacks lost in the big city. Now, I'm not taking nothing face value and saying, oh, this author is saying this, so we think this. If you surf our wave, we don't need this to establish our position when it comes to the more and more war. We know that, to a certain degree, the hijack is going to be against anything that is unifying us, whether it's Christianity, Islam, or the code of HaWah, the Hebrew code. We're just in a place of seeing clearly that they seem to be in control of all of these solutions. Especially the black national solution. You know what I'm saying? Anything to do with our nationhood, they seem to have the drop on it. Not white people, but black people that look like us, have been against us from day one. Like black as King Charles or black as King James. They look like us, but they're not us in frequency, energy, and vibration. These are facts. There's different species of birds. There's multiple birds that are blue, but they're not the same species. There's multiple dogs that are black, but they're not the same species. So why look at me crazy when I say there's multiple black people, so-called, but we're not the same tribe. We're not the same species of so-called black. You think a Rottweiler wants to be called a black dog? No, I'm a Rottweiler, or whatever he called it. Rough, right? Rough. A Doberman Pinscher is black too, but he's not a rock. And I'm saying, we Rottweilers and they Doberman Pinschers, man. And there's also black ass Chihuahuas. They're black dogs, but they're not us, right? They're not Rottweilers. They're not Doberman Pinschers. They're not German Shepherds. There's multiple species of dogs, birds, monkeys, gorillas, everything. When it gets to the humans and we say we have a different species, you look at us like we crazy and act like we over here trying to front on you. Oh, you think you better? Now you want us to include us in the human race. Now we the same as soon as we start marking our differences, spiritually speaking, physically speaking, mentally speaking, whatever. Why you got to keep your foot on our necks and don't want us to grow? You don't want us to unite? But there's multiple black birds, and they don't argue with being different species. There's multiple fish in the sea. They don't argue with being different species. But these human beings got to be of the same human race. We can't be different species without you feeling some type of way about it. And if we don't say nothing, then we're just some dumb niggas and some low class on the bottom of your caste system niggas. But when we say we are, spiritually speaking, the children of the Creator, you say, what? You're not of a different species than us. It's all about the human family. Race doesn't matter. Tell a Doberman Pinscher that his species don't matter and he's the same as a Chihuahua, man. A dog and a lion is the same thing. Two completely different animals, right? But we're human and we got to be the same when you want us to be the same. Because we got melanin in our skin. We're the same. No, we're not. This is why HaWah divided the lots. Children of Lot. Let's go. Got a lot of reading to do. Interwar academics and journalists investigated this religion in the late 12 or 1920s, one of the most well-known alternative black religious groups in the United States, only to throw up their hands and declare Morish science an unexplainable hodgepodge of beliefs, a cult built on religious hokum. And the gullible desperation of simple rural blacks lost in the big city. More than 50 years later, the venerable scholar of African American religion, C. Eric Lincoln, similarly wrote that Morish science was, quote, essentially a melange of black nationalism and Christian revivalism with an awkward, confused admixture of the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. Because why? Why would they compare it to Christianity? Because they rock with that JC. They just call him Isa, right? They got their story. They don't go against Jesus. They just have their version of Jesus. They're Isa, right? They're Joshua. underlining in the Mormon, Moorman, and the Moorish Science Quran, this Joshua flow plays heavy. In the Quran, they say Joshua is the son of Miriam. So you got the Jesus and Mary, and they call Jesus Yeshua or Joshua, but in the Quran, similar to the Mormon, Joshua is referring to the Joshua of the Old Testament under Moshe, and he is the nephew of Moses, which is why in Deuteronomy 34, Moses lays his hand on Joshua to pass that ruach before he dies, or goes into suspended animation where his eyes are never dim and his body is unabated. His spirit is unabated. It's never lessened. He's still popping off in suspended animation somewhere near Moab, Utah, to this day, waiting to wake up and pop off, because everybody's coming back. Not just Jesus and Christianity, Joshua, Moses, everybody, Elijah, everybody, Dawid, David, everybody coming back, because only to the unwise do they seem to die. So there's a lot of similarities with all these religions. Christianity, Islam, all this stuff are just like remakes, rebranding of these Atlantean gods, whether it's Christianity and Zeus, Jesus, or Zeus, or Apollo, Thoth, Angel Gabriel, Muhammad, all this in Islam. It's all connected to the same deities, which is why they know it's a revivalism of the same damn thing, promoted by so-called the uneducated for the uneducated, or the unaware. At no point did Lincoln, all right, so this little picture of how they popping off in the 20s, right, in America, Morocco, right, walking around there, sacred, holy mountain, Indiana, Illinois. Ask why such a melange of supposedly mixed up beliefs appealed to the many Southerners in Chicago who converted to more science. Perhaps he assumed these believers were simply too unsophisticated. Of course, our people didn't know better. So he took advantage of the stupor, of the ignorance, like everybody else did, to form a confederacy and put him under the Morish, not the Moor, but the Morish science. Too unsophisticated to resist the charisma of the religion's prophet, Noble Jew Ali. "75 years later, it emerged in Chicago. The origin of Moorish Science Temple is still a long-standing puzzle of American religious history, and much of the literature on the faith, including that by Lincoln, there is an overwhelming focus on the Moors' Black nationalist teaching, an approach that reduces believers' motivations to anti-white sentiments. Pay attention, because this is where they go off. This is where they pull the wool over your eyes. They go from being knowledgeable of the More War, Israel versus Moab and all that, right? All throughout the Bible, all throughout, the books of Joshua and all this stuff going on, right? So then it becomes black or white. Then it becomes a checkerboard, right? Chessboard. So they switch conveniently from tribal, Moab and all that to black or white, all black people versus white people. White people did this to you. White people. White people are the straw man of these Moors. White people are the straw man of these Moabite confederacies. You know, they got their own um, they got their own hatred, you know what I'm saying, that's just, born into their flow, you know what I'm saying, throughout these years. But there ain't no greater hatred than a brother that slays his own brother, that slides all day in demon time on his own brother and cousins calling themselves ops. We're talking Chicago, man. We're talking LA, man. We're talking Crips on Crips and Bloods on Bloods in LA, right? This is the dragon eating his own tail. This is the dragon devouring himself. You can't be a dragon and devour yourself. You can't be out of code and be a dragon. You can't have no code and be a knight. What's a knight without his code? What's a dragon without his code? What's a Khan without his code? This is why they're able to do this to us, man. And they look like us, man. And they use these whites as straw man, reduces believers' motivations to anti-white sentiment, and does not give them credit as sincerely spiritual people. Let's go. I'm gonna skip around a little bit because there's a whole lot, but you got the drop, you got the links, man. So, however, since in the early days, more science in no way resembles scriptural Islam or the beliefs and practices of Muslims. These authors are forced automatically to pose Ali's religion as a problem to be justified or explained away if the Moors are to be considered legitimate Muslims, right? Are they legitimate Arabs? Hey, Jog time, jog time, jog time. Right? Jog time is a very pivotal point. You're talking about the younger son of Eber, and Eber is Quivera or Keber or Hebrew, progenitor of 13 Arabic tribes. Now, before you say, what? How is Joktan the Eberu, progenitor of 13 Arabic tribes? Let's keep reading. Many of which, as Hazamarvath, Sheba, Ophir, right? These are all cities of gold. Havilah, remember, cities of gold. Tau says it comes from the people of Hava, Hiva, right? Have been identified. The name seems to mean the younger or the smaller. It is interpreted as he who humbles himself. And for his humility, Joktan was rewarded by being made the ancestor of 13 tribes. So when they talk about the 13 tribes of Arabs, are they talking about Ishmaelites? No. What are they talking about? The place of settlement of Joktan's descendants is given as from Mesha, as thou goest up to Safar, a mount of the east, a district indicated in Arabia, but Targum Pseudo-Jonathan identifies Safar with Safar Vayim, or almost sounds like that's Seraph, right? Josephus asserts that their dwelling was from Kofin, an Indian river, and in part of Asia adjoining it. Now, this is when it's starting to feel like Antioch. one letter rule, Ania. Joktan in Arabic literature bears the name Khatan. Pay attention, because the J is a new invention. And the Ka always represents that dragon. Kata. In karate, you have katas. Kata. Kara Katai is Cathay. Cathay is Kata. Kata is Joktan. And Joktan is Yucatan, my knock. Because there ain't no J. In the Yucatan, now you're talking about Mexico and Meshi, Moshe, and the Mexicans. Joktan is described as an ancestor of several South Arabian tribes. Remember this 13, the 13 Arabic tribes, right? So Joktan is described as ancestor. So he's popping off these Arabian, Arabi tribes. Because a real Arab is a rabbi. In accordance with the statement, Arab geologists hold Qatan to be the first king of Yemen. Nowadays, these people of Yemen don't look like us on the postcards, right? And his son and successor, Yarub, the first person who spoke Arab. So Joktan popped it off. The son of Eber was the first to speak. His son was the first to speak Arabic. This is but the legendary form of the tradition that Qatan was the progenitor of the southern Arabs, or Arab proper. Remember this? Who've been surfing the wave. There's a difference between these Arabs and the Arab propers, man. But they're not going to tell you. They're just going to moor up the place. We're more-ish. No, we're Arab proper. And you're not. Because the Ishmaelites that are migrating in America are not the Arab propers. The Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock, my nigga. Say it with me. Body bag for the illusion. Let's go. So, Ishmaelites migrating and all this Arab situation has nothing to do with Ishmael. Has nothing to do with Moab. The real Arabs are the propers. The propers are the descendants of Eber, his son Joktan, and his son was the first to speak Arabic. Joktan is the first king of Yemen, my nigga. And these Arabs are non-Arabs because they're not Arab proper. Ishmaelite Arabs are originally of non-Arab stock. What does it mean? But they are pretending to be Arabs. Get out, man. Get out of town, man. Get out of town. Drop. Maybe you overdrop. They are muster Arabs, man. Ha, 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 ha. I can't make this shit up. Pretending they adopted Arab customs. They're acting like us, right? They got a little Christianity, a little Islam into their own thing, and all that is based on the Hebrew flow. Without the Hebrew flow, you don't got no Christianity. There ain't no New Testament if there ain't no Old Testament. In the Quran, people say, oh, it's the correction of the Bible. Then you don't have no Quran if you don't have no Hebrews. And even in the Quran, it says that these Israelites aren't forgotten by the Creator, that the children of Israel are still remembered in the Quran, that they will be raised up. They can't even lie about that. We are being mimicked, mocked. We are being hijacked, my noggin, by the non-Arab stock. Because the real Arab is a rabbi, a priest, a Khan. We are being mimicked. We are being mocked. They're laughing at us. But they weren't the first to mimic and pretend. The people they pretending to be are mimicking and pretending. They're mimicking and pretending the pretenders. They're mimicking and pretending the non-Arab stuff. The Mustarabs. While Ishmaelite Arabs, one Arab stock, but pretended to be Arabs, they adopted Arab customs and intermarried with genuine Arabs. This is why they go through the mother monarchy. This is the matriarchal, matrilineal, yada yadas. This is why they push it so hard in Judaism, in the Jewish, through the mother, so that they can intermarry with genuine rabbis, genuine priests, genuine Khans. They marry our mothers to get the land rights, to get the birth rights. Let's go. Let's go. They pretending to be legitimate Muslims, which is love to let us find the truth. Just a naga keeping the promise, man. The promise of the Creator. There's legitimate Muslims and there's illegitimate Muslims, right? There's legitimate Arabs or rabbis or lawgivers. There's illegitimate pretenders. Legitimate Muslims, right? A number of scholars proceed, for instance, to use classical Arabic terminology to describe the Moors' actions or ideas, since they operate under the assumption that Moorish Science Temple was somehow Muslim in spirit, despite all outward appearances or the Western Gnostic nature of Ali's teachings. In the last 10 years, this type of retroactive Islamicization has grown into a form of scholarly political correctness that Marciela de Leonardo has nicely turned anthropological anti-modernism, grounded in the romantic perception of Islam as somehow more authentic or spiritually legitimate than indigenous American new religions. So somehow you become more proper than the indigenous American. Somehow, the anthropological anti-modernistic streak in African American Islamic studies has surfaced here as a sort of Islamocentric analysis that credits all innovation and knowledge to, quote, Islam, a term these authors never define, but to which they nonetheless ascribe agency independent of human action or interpretation. This approach, when applied to the Moors, is ultimately unsatisfying since it neglects the overwhelming direct evidence Noble Drew Ali left us in his writings and his actions that influences were not Muslim but rather distinctly American. The Moors' success was due precisely to their ability to speak to African Americans' desires for an innovative alternative spirituality grounded in local religious culture. It just gave us an alternative, not really a solution. So somebody left a comment, hey man, the Noble Drew Ali, did his prophet flow, was it proven? Yeah, he went to the government. He argued, that we are this and we are that and all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? But we're in 2024 and we can see in hindsight what is the result of all of this, you know what I'm saying? Did it bring us closer to HaWah, or did it create some type of black hole? Did it create some type of Morish legal shield for them to get on just a little longer to keep their same systematic, you know, highway for them to, comb for them to rise? But meanwhile, those that they are pretending to be, the Arab proper, is now being forgotten. Israel's name is being remembered no more. So their success is due precisely to their ability to speak to African Americans' desire for an innovative alternative spirituality grounded in local religious culture, highlighting contemporary black investigations of non-Western religions. The Moors were partly a product of and partly further inspiration to the vibrant experimental religious scene of interwar Chicago, acknowledging the problems inherent in labels. Moorish science is most accurately described as a black spiritualist style religion steeped in the philosophies of mystical Freemason. And of course, we know there's a lot of connection with the Masonic flow and the same black and white checkerboard and the straw men that are being used, the Arab pretenders and the Arab proper. Yeah, yeah. So now we all blacks gotta be from the tribes you choose. You give us an alternative religion, philosophy, spirituality of Atlantis. Go to the governments that you really own, right? You say, hey, we really own you. You're not for Tecumseh. We're not for Tecumseh. Let's be friends. Let's make a treaty, a peace of friendship. We have a treaty together. That's how he was able to pop off what he popped off. There was already a treaty with this corporation because back to the days of the big-headed scientist Yakub, they were involved in creating a lot of these people that are running things. He didn't do it for Israel. He didn't do it for Jerusalem. He didn't do it for Judah. It's not our prophet. You say, oh, he's a prophet because he went to the government and told them with black people we're going to get some right. We're in 2024. What's the result today? What does Chicago look like today? More confusion? All we had to do is keep the code, make it simple, hit the easy button. The Moorish Science Temple was also among the first African American religious movements to identify itself as Muslim. And this is all respect and ahab to my Christian Nagas, my Muslim Nagas, my Hindu Nagas, and whatever else you is, man. We just saying, look at the results, man. We've been Christian for how long? Muslim for how long? Is the Creator hearing us? Are we keeping the code which starts with Most High over everything? Is your Allah the God of the Hebrews, the God of Israel? Is your Christ or your God in Christianity the God of Israel? Or is it just spiritual Israel now and it's just a melting pot and God loves everybody? Like, you know, HaWah loves HaWah's people. Repeated over and over again throughout the entire so-called Old Testament. It's about a creator and the creator's people. Not everybody. Not everybody can keep the code and everybody can cleave, right? What does it say in Isaiah? Isaiah, was that Isaiah 11 or 14? Let's see. Oh, we popping off today. We popping off today. That was just the intro. We about to get started. After 3 hours, I'm just playing my line. Like, oh, damn, that was a 3-hour intro drop? Goodness gracious. This is not going to be a 6-hour drop. But they talking about Jesse. This is what God is talking about. David and Jesse. Where do we see this David-Jesse flow? Hold up. Oh, we made it back. Aquaman, Black Mantra, David Kane, David Khan David, Khan Dawi. This is Hollywood. Look what they doing in our face, man. This is so obvious. I don't know what else to tell you. He's a pirate and mercenary working alongside his father, Jesse. So David's father is Jesse. Who are the four sinless men? He may have died before his father. Later, rabbinic traditions name him as one of the four ancient Israelites who died without sin. The other being Benjamin, right? One of the 12 tribes of Israel, Benjamin, right? Jesse, who is David's father, also Yeshai. And all you got to do is reverse the SE at the end and you get Jesus. Uh-oh. Yeah, this New Testament Jesus is an amalgamation of multiple characters, including Ezekiel, who himself had to bear the punishment for 430 days of the sins of Israel, laying in his on one side and then flipping to another side for the sins of Israel, laying in dung or shit, right? Crap. That was a torment and torture for 430 days straight. Don't tell me about no crucifixion of your JC when Ezekiel had to bear the sins of Israel for 430 days straight. And then you got Jesse, who's a sinless man, or Jesus, who's a sinless man. In the New Testament, you got one sinless man. In the Old Testament, you got four. Benjamin, Jesse, Amram, who's the father of Moshe, right? And then you got Kilad or Daniel, the second son of David. And the only reason why David's not listed is because they said, he killed a man to get to Bathsheba, all this, which is still, the jury's still out. The trial is still going on because, you know, we discuss it in detail in the Prestige series. They seem to be putting smut on David's name because really they're against the David Cain. They're against the Khan David. But as much as the Creator loves David, You think he is holding all this sin with him, you know? But if he is, he just represents a regular Naga who has sin, who has transgression like all of us. And yet, he comes from a sinless, he's the seed of a sinless man, Jesse. Son of Jesse, father of David. Son of Jesse, father of David. And then you got David and his father Jesse and Aquaman, my noggin. I'm out of here, baby. I'm out of here, man. What are you saying? You think this is an accident? This is a spit in the face. Aquaman. So their bad guy that they make David, who's the king of this kingdom that they now wipe off the records because of his connection with this copper and orichalcum gold cities. He represents the seventh kingdom of Atlantis. His father, David's father, is Jesse. David's father is Jesse. And he's David K. The two leader strike force, contracted by King Orm to hijack a Russian Akula-class submarine, which is foiled by Aquaman sometime after the Justice League defeats Steppenwolf. Arthur dispatches the pirates and inadvertently traps Jesse in the submarine when Jesse and David attempt to kill him. So Jesse and David go after Poseidon's people, Aquaman. Is this closer to the real story than we think? For the Dismount. Arab proper. They are pretending to be Arabs, intermarrying into our families. They are mustarabs. They are not Arab proper, Manaya. They are not a rabbi. When we see the light, when we see clearly, it might make everybody uncomfortable in the house, but we taking over our house. We taking back our house by taking back our code, which is our armor. Our dragon scales have returned. Let's go. Here come JC, right? The first half of the Quran came from the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. The first half of the Quran came from the Gospel of Jesus, man. Zeus. They rock with Zeus because Zeus is the brother of Poseidon. Aquaman, who's at war against David and his daddy. The work is one in a long tradition of Apocrypha describing Jesus as a mystical figure, only one of the number of Christs in world history. One of many Christs. Here's the flip, right? The Aquarian Gospel was very influential. Aquaman Gospel was very influential in the first 3 decades of the 12th century among both black spiritualists and white believers in Gnostic spirituality or New Thought who understand Jesus' miracles not as the work of God, but as evidence of his ability to tap into his own divine essence. We're talking Joshua, who made the sun stand still, the moon stand still, Joshua, who parted the waters so the tribe can cross on dry land. Joshua, who they call Isa, is not the New Testament Joshua, the hijack. Many perceive Jesus as a profound example of a degree of perfection that all men and women could strive for through examination of the wisdom of mystical brotherhoods which dated back to the ancient Holy Land and Egypt. The white author of the Aquarian Gospel, Levi Dowling, professed to having received a number of revelations through a process known as automatic writing, whereby one could extract information from the Akashic, research the Akashic records. We're talking the Aether, records that are stored in the ether waves, that water, known alternatively as divine substance, who got the drop, or the book of God's remembrances. American mystics understood the Akashic records as evidence of the unity of all humankind and an invisible chronicle of every human thought and deed from the beginning of time. Leviathan. Readings of the Akashic records emphasized the divinity of each person and foretold a day when all men would shed their human bodies and take on a spiritual form. That dragon body, serpents of wisdom. He communicated this message by way of retelling of the lost years of JC. The New Testament does not account for the 18 years of JC's life between the age of 12 and 30. Sure don't. 18 years missing. What he do in his 20s, we don't know. Dowling's work addressed the submission and presented an alternative history whereby JC travels during these lost years through Egypt, India, and Tibet. We're talking India Superior, gaining invaluable spiritual wisdom from the Buddhists, Hindus, and scholars of Egyptian mystery schools. Upon discovering how to overcome his human self, JC returns to the Holy Land where he is persecuted, then crucified. We're talking Joshua, Quetzalcoatl. Afterward, he appears in Asia and Africa to revisit his teachings, his teachers and disciples in his spiritual form, and to promise that each human will someday discover his or her own divinity and be reborn as spirit, one with God. Gotcha. Gotcha. Belly flopping, man. Like I said, I went kind of fast last time. They got a lot on the JC connection. A lot, we just got a little bit of it. They go through the Marcus Garvey flow. Yeah, I mean, the Garveyites. They connect through the Pharaoh Amenhotep flow, through the Rosicrucians. Go dig on it, man. They still talking about JC. Just belly flopping. It says the prophet used unto thee to describe the power of the good Morish American woke. The care of her family is her whole delight. To that alone she applies her study and elegance with frugality. Frugality is seen in her mansion. She speaks and the servants fly. She points and things is done. For the law of love is in their hearts, and their kindness adds wings to their feet. Such teachings implied Moors should enjoy a high standard of living, contrasting sharply with the actual economic situation of most believers, perhaps giving many Moors hope for greater wealth in the future and more faith in the prophets' ideas. Ali further invited Moors to know their link to non-whites worldwide, using chapters from Unto These such as Brothers, which became a holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. These chapters, like those borrowed from the Aquarian Gospel, were again used word for word with minor revisions only, such as the use of Allah instead of God. So there's a very close switcheroo going on. We got this last time that they considered JC to be a Moabite. They understood JC to have been a Moabite, right? Right, right. Esteban, sure. Zamore probably was a Moabite. All right. Last part I'm gonna give for now is this, man. And again, Canaan was a popular name for both heaven and the city of Chicago, right? Mauritania, right? Ali further asserts that American blacks are Moorish American, being descendants of Moroccans and born in America. So, are you from Africa, born in America, calling yourself indigenous, or are you saying that you are from Morocco that's already here, that they're walking around their holy mountain of harmonics, Indiana, in Indianapolis, Illinois flow, right? Kentucky, teaming up with the Kentuckians against the Kumse, go get the tribe. But Morocco had become the home of the Moabites only in recent centuries, since Ali posits a migration of biblical Moabites from Egypt across the African continent. In reality, this is Africa, right? Northwest Africa, Southwest Amexem, right? So, with permission of the pharaohs of Egypt, they could migrate, and this is why you're picking up the Ishmaelite migration in 19, or was it 1790 or 1785 up to the 1900s. They were founded. There they founded the Moroccan Empire, which spread from Morocco. What's the purpose? To rule over most of Africa as well as the Americas. So their whole purpose is to rule over the Americas. Really. Americas and Africa. That's just like Atlantis, right? You just want to rule. The creator rules over these lands, man. The creator rules over the earth. Morocco doesn't rule over the earth. Moabites never have been given that blessing to rule over Israel for eternity. Are you kidding me? But this is what our people get sucked into. Oh, we're Morish. We have all this dominion. We got a Morish shield. We can go to courts and say these things because we're tied into the corporation like that. We got the hookup. We say, forget the system. They say, no, we need the system. It's our system. They don't want no real revolution. Morocco don't want no real revolution. They just want to rule over these dark, copper-colored people, right? They want to rule over Africa. They want to rule over America. All of Maxim, right? Atlantis Islands, all the islands, right? Before the Atlantic Ocean was created by a massive earthquake. That's how Atlantis sank. Was this earthquake caused by Leviathan that cut the Moors off from their distant dominions? Noble Drew Ali's plan to identify African Americans with Morocco was an astute one. Unlike virtually every other land in Africa, Morocco that has the dragon, Morocco that has the dragon was an astute one. Unlike virtually every other land in Africa, Morocco, along with Ethiopia and Liberia, were the only countries to escape complete colonial domination. So you got Marcus Garvey trying to bring niggas to Liberia, or was it Libya or Liberia? You know what I mean? Trying to, we don't know who's really leading this and who's leading that. Everyone, people done videos on this and drop on Marcus Garvey that. All we know is that this seems to be a hijack always in control of these movements, man. This code keeping movement is the first movement in a very long time there ain't no hijack in control of, because hijack would never come to our neighborhoods telling us to keep the code, put the most out over everything, not their idols, not their holidays, none of that, and keep our Shabbats and stop killing each other. Like, we don't get that from Hijack City. We get the Jehovah's Witnesses. We get the whoever coming in trying to tell us this and that, take us to this mosque, take us to this temple, this church, on every corner. The movement of keeping the code is something that comes from your soul ball. When it's time for you to rise, your kundalini rising, your dragons popping off. Ali may have planned for Moorish Americans to benefit from the type of protection Moorish shield treaties afforded other immigrants by their home countries, embassies, and consulates in the United States. And Ali's belief that Moroccan subjects could and did enjoy special rights in the United States. Treaties not allowed African Americans was not far-fetched. Black popular culture contains stories of Black North Africans escaping racial discrimination in the United States. Yeah. You know how they escaped it? With the treaties of peace and friendship. With the treaties of pieces and friendship. Bywords, Israel, they call us Negro, Black, Colored, or Ethiopian. Or Ethiopian. Oh man, I could keep reading this all day, man. They gonna go back into the JC and the Shriners. All right, we'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. Halal HaWah. Proper or Arab pretender. They're just hiding in our tents, hoping that we graft them in. Isaiah 11, and there shall come forth a shoot out of the stock of Jesse, who's Jesse's son, right? King David. And a twig shall grow forth out of his roots, and the spirit of HaWah shall rest upon him, and that ruach of wisdom and understanding, that ruach of counsel and might, that ruach of knowledge, and of that respect of HaWah. They say fear, translated. We know we're saying obedience, man. You obey your parents, not because you're afraid of them, because you respect them. You are obedient out of Ahab, not because you're going to get your ass whooped. They shouldn't have to whip your ass for you to respect them, man. It should be in your heart. And maybe you need to get your ass whooped until it is in your heart to keep the code. And his delight shall be in the fear of HaWah, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither decide after the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and decide with equity for the meek of the land. And he shall smite the land with the rod of his mouth, and the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. And the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and the little child shall lead them. And the cow and the bear feed their young ones shall lie down together. Everyone should be at peace, in other words. And the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the suckling child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the basilink's den, and they shall not hurt nor destroy. So even the baby shall be able to play with the dragons. And how do we know we're talking dragons when we're talking asp? Well, we got to go to 2nd Baruch 73. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of HaWah, as the waters cover the sea. 2nd Baruch 73. And it shall come to pass when he has brought low everything that is in this world, and has sat down in peace for the age on the throne of his kingdom, that joy shall be revealed, and rest shall appear. Rest shall appear. We're talking Shalawah, talking that Zon. And then healing shall descend and dew. Instead of these chemtrails, you getting healing rain down like manna. And disease shall withdraw, and anxiety and anguish and lamentation pass from amongst men, and gladness proceed through the whole earth, and no one shall again die untimely. Nor shall any adversity suddenly befall, and judgments and abusive talk and contentions and revenges and blood and demon time, my naga, sliding and lurking on your nagas, and passions and envy and hatred, and whatsoever things are like these shall go into condemnation when they are removed. For it is these very things which have filled this world with evil, and on account of these the life of man has been greatly troubled. And wild beasts shall come from the forest and minister unto men, and asps and dragons. Yeah, that's how we know them asps are referring to these dragons in Isaiah 11, where that young suckling child shall be in peace, because these dragons shall come forth from their holes to submit themselves to a little child. And women shall no longer have pain when they bear. Aquas, let's go. Halal HaWah. Nor shall they suffer torment when they yield the fruit of their womb. Dragons shall come forth out their caves. Remember, these Moors are eating the dragon, getting them to come out their caves, right? With incantations. But you don't have to put them incantations on your dragons. They're coming forth to submit themselves to a young child, to a little child, or the children of Hasharah, the children of HaWah. They're tapping into the Leviathan magic, man. The Necronomicon. Necronomicon is considered to be real, or moving away from Lovecraft's fiction in a high place, as can be seen in an entry by a person with the nickname Morpheus, just like the Matrix. Here's the entry. It was being kept carefully guarded in the main library of Baghdad. The current whereabouts of the original Necronomicon, the original spell book, is unknown, although rumors speak of it being quietly offered for sale on the black market. Other rumors speak of it and other arcane artifacts from the museum vanishing to Area 51. So they took the spell book to Area 51, where it has become the focus of research. Why? Because the Necronomicon is being used as the heart of the new weapons. They tap it into the Levi, the Manna. Remember the Manna spread out like a tent. Levi prepared as food for the righteous, right? But they're using it to power their weapons project, the heart of the new weapons project. that relies on magical force from Leviathan to power its weapons. This force is known as Manna, my naga, which can be created from the Aether. Leviathan's Manna can be created from the Aether by using the incantations and pentacles in the Necronomicon. We're talking the sigils or the electric currents. Once fueled with mana, the new weapons are rumored to be unstoppable, my naga. I'm talking that mana. I'm talking heavily bred, like you talking heavily bred. You thinking about it as some mythological stuff that the people didn't want. We thinking of it as, oh man, they don't get to eat what they normally eat. They got to eat this same dull bread every day. Nah, man, because this bread is created from the ether, man. And it gives them power that makes them unstoppable. This is how they got through the wilderness. This is how they got to the promised land with the heavenly bread that they're using now in Area 51 as the heart of their new weapons project. Ain't that so? Let's go. For the Dismount. For the Dismount. Yeah, these gypsies in Western Europe are eating our dragons, man. I'm just talking about Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites of Kentucky. Are the gypsies, right? Responsible, for rocking with Johnson's people and slaying Tecumseh and the Chickamauga Cherokee in their last stand in the Battle of Thames near Ontario. Tribe of Ishmael, Kentuckians. 1785, they're migrating. They're powering up their new weapons in Area 51. They're powering up their holy mountain of harmonics. The formula for the holy mountain is supposedly contained in the odd dimensions of the so-called cube built by Abraham and Ishmael. Morocco right here. Mecca right here. Muhammad right here. 1785, Ishmael. Right here. Make it make sense. 350-mile long Hajj migration. And they did it every year for over 100 years. What did that do to us? If you did this for 100 years, what effect did it have on us? What effect did it have on these Nagas since 1785? When you made your treaties with the corporation, with the enemy, and you walked around your cube while we're getting slaughtered, while we're getting slaughtered, while we're getting slaughtered. We are beginning to see clearly my immoral cons. When they ask you what you are, it's very simple. You're an immoral con. You're an American. You're a copper con, an orichalcum con. You're a David con, not a David Cain, a David con. This is the year. This is the year of the dragon. Powerful dragon. And we are beginning to see clearly that this is our turn. This year is the mighty dragon's turn, representing qualities like power, ambition, passion, and creativity, or the creator. The ambition to be restored, restoration, restorative powers comes with the dragon. The passion is the code. The creativity is the creator, and it's the creator's turn. Big dragon's turn. Who got the wings? Flying on the wings of the wind. Powerful Dracon. Halal HaWah. It's our time. I mean, it's finally our turn, my nigga. It's finally our time. And if you feel a little, dismantled, uneasy, I feel it too. Your body might be all over the place. Your mind might be all over the place. But the track record you've been putting in throughout the years, this is when it pays off. So believe in your training. Like you're going to competition right now, right? You're doing a taekwondo competition, jiu-jitsu competition, whatever. You're doing a tennis championship, Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, believe in your training. Believe in them 2-a-days you've been doing, man. In 114-degree weather, man. You've been getting purified. You've been getting purified. For this moment right here, it is the dragon's turn. That means it's your turn to see clearly, because the dragon means to see clearly. You might be seeing meteors pop off, great American eclipses pop off, stars with a tail popping off, dragon shaped, fiery. But we are talking meteors. Star with a tail, bearded, with tangled locks, dragons as meteors or comets. Igneous, aerial, winds and whirlwinds. Just like the Jubilees describes the angels of the frost, angels of the wind. But yeah, not like this, right? With a tail, with a beard, or tangled locks, a star with a tail. The term star with a tail is also referred to under the entry star, according to Dahl's etymological dictionary. Thus, the shooting star, or like the Kumse's name means, shooting meteor, is linked with the belief that, well, they're linking it that you can make a wish, right? This young girl can see this Christmas dragon and make a wish. Nah, man, stop hijack. Because even to the simple folk take fallen stars and meteors to be dragons. Star with a tail, beard, and tangled locks. And they been eating our dragon. They're trying to tap into Leviathan. They're trying to tap into us, right? They're trying to study us. No matter how much pressure they put on us, all we do is get more purified, become more alchemical, unknown substance, in code, unstoppable Manna. They're studying it in Area 51. You already got it in you, my naga. Say it with me. You already got it, Khan. Say, I already got it, Khan. Said, we already got it, Khan. You made it this far in this video, my naga. Let me know you surfing away with me. Leave a comment and say, I already got it, Khan. We already got it, Khan. So I know you surfed the wave all the way. 3 hours and 50 minutes in, getting this drop. Shalawah. 100th monkey experiment. Get the drop.
Popping off. They can't control it no more, all that stuff. So it's all about group consciousness. They're trying to simulate their own group consciousness.
They're trying to burst into consciousness. Chemical Serpent, who's just now bursting into consciousness. A chemical dragon, they can't even figure us out. They did this whole experiment on these monkeys and taught them a few things. And next thing you know, these other monkeys that had nothing to do with those monkeys started learning to do the same thing, washing the potatoes before they eat them. Simple things. They taught a group of monkeys how to wash potatoes, sweet potatoes, and then next thing you know, some other monkeys and a whole nother colony started doing the same thing based on quantum entanglement. Dig on quantum, how we can affect, people of like frequencies, of like minds, of like energy, vibration, to keep the code. By keeping the code, you might keep the code in Atlanta, and now you got Nagas in Wisconsin keeping the code. And they don't even know why they're keeping the code. But they are a part of the entanglement. They are a part of the frequency. It's real talk. It's group consciousness. Consciousness,
And we're just popping off.
for the Dismount.
Suddenly developed among the monkeys as a result of one last monkey learning potato washing by conventional means. Watson concluded that the researchers observed that once a critical number of monkeys or dragon was reached, the 100th monkey, or i.e. the 100th monkey, so they're saying that this 100th monkey, was the critical mass, but it can be anything. It can be 50, it can be 500, it could be 900 code keepers. You know what I'm saying?
Bang.
How many code keepers does it take for all Nagas across the Nagaville plain to get back in code by default? Now that's the question.
Bang.
The question they can't debunk because we're talking theory and we're investigating. How many code keepers does it take to pop off this group consciousness? So that next thing you know, you got your mama and your auntie and people that weren't even really tripping on what you're saying about the code, but suddenly they talking to you about the code. Suddenly you got Kanye saying, look, man, we the 12 tribes.
Easy.
There's going to be confusion as people get out of their habits, but just hear the intention and hear what they really are wanting to say.
Facts. Facts.
We're reaching our critical number, my naga, with code keepers. It's getting easier and easier to talk to anybody about not killing and not stealing and keeping a Shabbat and that. This ain't no religion. We're just keeping these tenets, right? We're keeping this moral code, and that's putting us in a frequency to get our land back, to restore our nation, my naga. Without us having to really pop off much of anything until we really are ready to.
Yeah.
The code itself gives us protection, gives us foundation, gives us breath, revelation, security, foundation. Wow. What is the critical number? Oh, the biology of the unconscious. Okay. What is the critical number, man? How many dragons does it?
How many dragons does it take to keep the code to get the rest of the dragons in code? Belly flopping. For the Dismount.
I'm gonna put all this in the drop chat and okay, this is the a little bit of spirit science flow.
Fair use in your boost. Don't jam us up. Do not jam us up. This is educational purposes only. Educational purposes only. All copyright reserved to spirit science. Vishwa Vala Veda Vijdava. 100th honky experience. 100th monkey experience. Now let's go.
Fair use in your caboose. We always gotta let them know.
Fair use, man.
Got to let them know.
Okay, cool. Fair use. Leave us alone.
Yeah, fair use, copyright 107. We're gonna do some criticism, commenting, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and some recon.
You
Fallback,
did.
spirit science. You got the drop. This is a little clip.
You did.
For the dismount,
1 minute.
digging on this 100th monkey flow. As we walk out the door, we talking quantum like they never talked quantum before. 100 monkey, man, let's go.
Dismount season.
Called Manaka Fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this, though. This went on for some time, until one day, the monkeys who actually knew the technique hit critical mass. And bingo, the technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily across all of the Japanese islands nearby, as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So, what did we do? We tried it on humans. Our research team made a picture out of human faces, about 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, all right, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so, not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC special that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects. And lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces. After this experiment, they knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of noetics is learning more about it daily.
So, it's all happening.
So happening.
When you start meditating on the code, when you start desiring your pure water connection, most of everything, and it's attainable by just listening and getting that covetous out your heart bone and watching your mouth so you ain't no false witness, and not mixing your frequency with this lower energy, no adultery, keeping your oaths, my noggin. Not, none of us are perfect in all this, our Shabbats, but you're meditating on it, you're desiring, because that's your way of showing Ahab and giving Ahab back to HaWah,
Okay.
so that you can have your land and be in victory, man. And we know that we already won. Ahab to natural bylaw, we already
won, man.
morphogenic fields. They're scared of us talking about it, but we're gonna pick it up here next time.
Ooh, the morphogenic fields. Developmental biology in the early 20th century. Morphogenic fields, a group of cells able to respond to discrete, localized biochemical signals, leading to the development of specific morphological structures or organs. The spatial and temporal extents of the embryonic field of dynamic, or extents of the embryonic fields are dynamic, and within the field is a collection of interacting cells out of which a particular organ is formed. As a group, the cells within a given morphogenic field are constrained. The cells in a limb field will become a limb tissue. Those in a cardiac field will become heart tissue. However, specific cellular programming of individual cells in a field is flexible An individual cell in a cardiac field can be redirected via cell-to-cell signaling to replace specific damaged or missing cells. Imaginal disc in insect larvae are examples of morphogenic fields. And this goes into vector fields, and this goes back into the quantum, which goes back into quantum entanglement, which goes back into the 100th dragon experiment of this connectivity of things even at a distance. You don't think your frequency affects stars far away from you, distant lands far away from you, but these distant lands and stars are affected directly by your frequency. Affected directly by your frequency.
The universe, instantly. This is what's known as quantum entanglement. The greatest illusion of the universe is the illusion of separation. Do not say your voice carries no weight. Your words are being absorbed by the edge of infinity. May you create as you speak. According to quantum physics, a particle vibrating from your sound box when you speak can affect a molecule inside a star at the edge of the universe, instantly. This is what's known as quantum entanglement. The greatest illusion of the universe is the illusion of separation. Do not say your voice carries no weight. Your words are being absorbed by the edge of infinity. May you create as you speak. According to quantum physics, a particle vibrating from your sound box when you speak can affect a molecule inside a star at the edge of the universe, instantly. This is what's known as quantum entanglement. The greatest illusion of the universe is the illusion of separation.
So a sound resonating from your voice box can connect to the furthest outer spaceness you can think of. And they don't understand it. They call it quantum entanglement. I ain't talking Jada Pinkett. Quantum entanglement. So when we praise the Creator feels the vibe, feels the vibration instantly. When you say Halal HaWah, HaWah feels it. No matter how far you think the Creator is, the vibration is connected to your source.
Do not say your voice carries no weight. Your words are being absorbed by the edge of infinity. May you create as you speak. According to quantum physics, a particle vibrating from your sound box when you speak can affect a molecule inside a star at the edge of the universe, instantly. This is what's known as quantum entanglement. The greatest illusion of the universe is the illusion of separation. Do not say your voice carries no weight. Your words are being absorbed by the edge of infinity.
By HaWah. Not just your words, but your frequency, your thoughts. So you got to guard your gates and get the evil wild beast out your head, bone. We are remembering who we are. Khan. They just found us here, Managa. Ain't no replacing the truth. We're talking the Khan of Khans, the Presticons. The dragons are waking up. These hijacks been worshiping dinosaur eggs. Nah, man. These hijacks been trying to tap into Leviathan. These hijacks are trying to tap into the magical flow. These are dragon eggs, and they've always tried to tap into the power of the Drakars. My Naga. Mana. Side note, man, what the hell is Kid Cudi popping off with this 30-foot statues? There's multiple statues in Long Beach, California. They're taking them in ferry rides. There's a lot of hijackness going on, man. Scheduled to sell along Long Beach shoreline, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Y'all want to see this? So with Cudi, man. Cudi, man, you tweaking. You tweaking, fam. You tweaking, fam. Alchemical Serpent, man. Alchemical Serpent. ThaWaDa. Hey, we on Patreon, man. So I'm about to be talking a lot of that, you know, that uncensored talk right over here. So get cozy and ThaWaDa to all the cons that are already here getting cozy, man. My niggas are really supportive of whatever we do. We just got tired of, getting hijacked. So you got $3 a month, man. We appreciate you, man. Come over here and surf the wave with us. Just know we're surfing the wave with you. We're gonna be talking that tenderoni, especially as things heat back up. You already know it's coming. But we're gonna pop off with the 5Gs and the silent weapons, quiet wars. I'm gonna drop all that drop that they took off YouTube and banned and censored on YouTube. Over here, what I mean? We're gonna pop off and at least for now, and then get our 432 to drop website back popping off and still be popping off, you know what I mean? So get cozy over here. This is kind of like one of our steps to exiting, YouTube, you know what I mean? Because we just tired of the censorships, man. So we try to get all our YouTube nagas right here on Patreon. So the Wadama Naga, surf the wave, spread the flow. You got $3, you got $3, you got, you got $1, get up with two other nagas and get this popping. This supports our flow, supports our framework, our platform, everything we build in our podcast, MHOE, our flow, our garments, you know what I'm saying, our land, a high for supporting Joy World. You can continue to do that below. Don't stop. If you've ever supported us before, please continue your support for Joy World with the Patreon, the Dragon sponsors, man, everything you're doing. We need you specifically because we ain't got nobody else. You know what I'm saying? So, we raising it up. We coolin'. You see the work, you see the energy we putting in, you see the energy I'm putting in. I just ask that you match that, man, by just keeping the code in your life, man, and just being there for each other, not just me, but be there for each other, and I'll be there for you. You know what I mean? And that's how we are entangled, my naga. That's how we continue our connection. So shout out to all the community over here popping off. We're gonna have new dropping daily. You know what I mean? And thoughts. I want to share with you directly without no censorship. I'll be coming right to you. Shout out to the audience, man. Who we got over here, man? Who we got over here, man? Clear my throat for the last time. Drink some tea. Go to sleep. Enjoy the ether water. Oh, man, you see it, man. Let me get it bigger because you see it. I'm going to scroll down, man, but you see it. I appreciate all y'all. Halal HaWah. Let my aqua seba pop off, man. Hey, join the flow. Come in, join the free flow. Drop, this free flow, you know what I mean? We're going to drop specifically, man, for the $3 cons, man. And in about a month or so, we're going to do a 3-tier thing where we do 3, 6, 9. And you'll get something special on each flow, discounts to the MHOE shop, drop shop, whatever we're doing, man. To support the flow, man. I get the WADA to you. The WADA to my shy ba ta lawa. Lawa. Look at all this amazing support already, man. Just off a few days of having this up is amazing. Amazing. I didn't, I didn't know what to expect, but this is something that humbles my heart bone. See all the support so quickly. You know, we're going to keep it growing. That means you already know what's up. You already know what's up. So we're going to get all the cons signing up for free, you know what I mean, to at least be $3 cons. And with that, we can continue to build our land up just normally, you know what I'm saying, without asking and, you know, coming to you for nothing, man. You know what I mean? You already are investing in it like this, and we appreciate you. Shalom, shalom. ThaWaDa. Mashabata. Hey. All the cons is up in here, man. All the cons is up in here, man. We got some more? Let's see. Yeah. All the cons is in the building. ThaWaDa. Yeah, ThaWaDa. ThaWaDa. So this is where we at. Now you see it. Now you know. Let's keep building our flow. You know, drop that drop, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, this is a formula that just don't stop. Our orientation, we got so much more to dig on with orientation. So we'll be popping off some flat drop here, man. Special flat drop on my cons right here on Patreon. You know, indigenous truth right here, you know. We'll be reading scriptures and reading books right here, doing what we do. And, you know, talking our frequency, man. Enjoying some 432 hertz. Beautiful tune-ups right here as well. You know what I mean? And spreading the flow, spreading the way. I appreciate my cons popping off of me, man. This makes me feel amazing, man. I'll share this message for the Dismount. Shalom Drop Nation. Let go.
For your membership, for your support over here. We're gonna be building up our land, building up our products over here, man. So y'all my niggas for real, man. Y'all see us really pushing the line, really trying to make this make sense.
I got y'all. Let's go.
We can talk about the tenderoni, what they shooting in our arms, the
Uh-oh.
stuff they saying that we can't go to work if we don't get this experimental laboratory serum in us.
Uh-oh.
That it's still an experiment. mRNA, my nigga. We talk.
Woo! Woo! Drop. Don't overdrop. I don't want them to ban me from YouTube talking when I'm talking. I don't want them to give me a medical misinformation, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, look, man, you want the rest of that drive, you got to go to Patreon. Yeah, I got to go to Patreon, man. That's it, man. I'm out of here. It's 1:30. Automatically, we can get supplies, man. We can get it going. So, I'm just happy, you know, I'm excited for the future. And I'm just ready to turn up, man, for the year of the dragon, man. Free Phineas, crisscrossing on her head bone. We see the connectivity to the lands beyond the poles, the gateways, the Holy Land, Tarzanta. And we're going to keep it coming for y'all, man. ThaWaDa to my cons. This has been another great, you know, presentation. A drop feature presentation for the cons, man. And to our priesthood, it starts with the code. And we know we're affecting many Nagas beyond the plains. Even if you think they're far away, your vibration is affecting them, just like their vibration is affecting you. You're being influenced by the stars, and these stars are nothing but more land beyond the poles, reflecting this gaseous sky areas across the plain. Love to F, I'm a DOG and Nini, worlds beyond the poles. The drop don't stop. And HaWah, it's in our heart bones, and the frequency is real. Guard your thoughts. Have excellent thoughts today and every day. You find yourself in a sunken place, just change your thought pattern. Be bold, be fearless, conquer yourselves, and get them evil wild beasts out your gates so you can get ready to enter the gateways, man. ThaWaDa my cons for surfing the wave with me, because I'm surfing the wave with you. 9 above the barrier. Stay up, suit up, choose up, allow. Wow. Shalom.